We are live and ready to go.
Okay, thank you. Welcome today to the Senate Finance Committee. We've got a busy schedule of 10 bills. And first of all, we've got Chair Kelly is appearing remotely. And so I'll, as a result, I'm here in Annapolis in the committee. So I'm going to play chair for this set of hearings. So let me just start with the order. The order starting with number one will be Senate Bill 251. Second bill is Senate Bill 148. Third bill, Senate Bill 5. The fourth bill will be Senate Bill 389. The fifth bill, Senate Bill.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Guy Gazzoni. I have the honor of chairing the Budget and Tax Committee. Is Tuesday.
Somehow Guy Gazzoni's popping into our hearing. The sixth bill will be Senate Bill 407. Seventh bill is Senate Bill 392. The eighth bill, Senate Bill 41. The ninth bill is Senate Bill 31. And the 10th and final bill for today is going to be Senate Bill 52. And so just for those of you who haven't appeared in front of the committee before, the sponsor of the bill, the Senate sponsor, gets Senate Bill 407. Boy, we've got some kind of technical glitch here with the B&T committee. Yeah. Okay. The sponsor gets unlimited time. And then if the Senate sponsor designates a lead advocate, lead witness on his panel or her panel, they get 5 minutes. Everybody else gets 2.5 minutes. We actually have a few bills where sponsor chose not to designate anybody in particular. In that case, everybody gets 2 minutes. So with that, and maybe Tammy or somebody can figure out why budget and tax is injecting themselves into our hearing. We're going to start with the first bill, and we've got a bill from a departmental bill from the Commissioner of Financial Regulation, and we've got Commissioner Tony Salazar here. Commissioner Salazar, are you on the line? Okay, Commissioner. Senate Bill 251 is our first bill for the day, and it is a bill from the Commissioner of Financial Regulation. The only witness for that bill is Commissioner Tony Salazar. And
no, I can't hear at all.
I see the Commissioner. Okay, he has showed up. Mr. Commissioner Salazar, we're here on Senate Bill 251, and you are the only witness signed up for the bill. So with that, you've got unlimited time to present the bill.
Well, 5 minutes.
Or 5 minutes. Okay, I stand corrected. You're not really the sponsor. The chair of the committee is the sponsor. So Commissioner Salazar, you're up. Commissioner, can you hear us?
I can hear you. I am getting a bit of double, but I'll go forward. Thank you, Vice Chair Feldman, Chair Kelly, and distinguished committee members. For the record, as Vice Chair Feldman has said, my name is Tony Salazar, the Commissioner of Financial Regulation. Yes.
Commissioner, you're getting some feedback. Is that the problem? Okay.
It seems to be a little delayed, but I'm here to present Senate Bill 251. Secretary Robinson and I appreciate the introduction of the bill and hope that this will be the easiest bill you see today. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. There's a little bit of I guess, a delay, but why don't you just keep talking? I think we can hear you fine.
Senate Bill 251 modernizes the licensing requirements for those required to be licensed by our office. So we're looking to eliminate the paper license requirement. Senate Bill 251 relies upon the credentials assigned to licensees by the nationwide multi-state licensing system, which is the NMLS system, to use as their licensing number. This lets Maryland leverage its investment in the NMLS, as the General Assembly has mandated our use of that system, and we agree to use it. It will save the Commissioner's office time and money while easing the licensing process for licensees and providing consumers with a modern means of access to their relevant information about licensed entities. The bill will give consumers an electronic tool that they can utilize to obtain up-to-date information on licensed entities so that they can verify or validate the status of a licensee rather than relying on the paper licensing system that's currently used. If the bill is passed, a licensee's NMLS ID number will eliminate their current number, which is a paper license. So instead of having two numbers, licensees will just have one license number. And it'll create a more efficient and accurate means of accessing information, while at the same time requiring the licensees to make disclosures and disseminate information about their license. The change will match the provisions in certain local states, such as Pennsylvania, Virginia, Delaware, and the District of Columbia. Other states on the East Coast as well, just to name a few, New Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island, have also eliminated or provided exemptions to the requirements that the non-depository licensees hold and maintain paper licenses. Paper licenses have also been eliminated for most licensees in our sister unit, the Division of Professional and Occupational Licensing. So we'd like to join that trend. If the bill is passed, we expect a decrease in expenditures as our office will no longer be required to process initial physical paper licenses. Any decrease would be attributable to an increase in staff efficiency resulting from the reduction in staff time and processing and other administrative burdens typically associated with operating a paper-based system. Of course, we're really unable to estimate the exact decrease in expenditures, but we believe there will be some and will certainly be more efficient for us and licensees. With that, I request a favorable committee report, and I'm happy to answer questions or provide additional information as the committee may request.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Any questions for Commissioner Salazar on this piece of legislation? Okay, I don't see any. We just double check. Okay, I don't see any. That concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 251. Next bill up is
Great, thank you.
thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Next bill is Senate Bill 148, Senator West, and this is a bill that is jointly assigned. And we've got visiting from our EHE committee, Senator Washington, representing EHE on this bill, Senate Bill 148. Senator West, as you get unlimited time, and then we'll go to the panel after that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair, and it's good to see the chair also. Like her, I'm working remotely today. So this bill is a significant bill, and I greatly appreciate Senator Feldman's co-sponsorship. I also want to acknowledge the yeoman's work by the Sierra Club on this issue. Simply stated, we would not be here considering this bill today, but for the commitment of the Sierra Club to improving the quality of the air in Maryland. This bill establishes a carbon dioxide emissions limit for all 5 of the remaining coal-burning electrical generating facilities in Maryland. The limit is so low that none of the facilities will be able to qualify. Therefore, it provides for the permanent phase-out of burning coal in Maryland to generate electricity. The burning of coal is a 19th century technology, which is far and away the dirtiest way of generating electricity. It fouls the air, and it's one of the principal causes of global warming. As a matter of public policy, this bill ensures that the era of coal furnaces belching carbon into the air in Maryland will come to an end soon. You may recall that this bill came before the Finance Committee last year. In the meantime, there have been significant changes. A year ago, there were 6 remaining coal-burning electrical generating plants in Maryland. Last summer, GenOn, the owners of the Dickerson plant on the Potomac River in upper Montgomery County, abruptly shuttered their coal burners. Then about a month later, the same owners of the Chalk Point plant on the Patuxent River in Prince George's County announced that it would close down its coal-fired electrical generating units by June 1st, 2021. That's just several months from now. That left 4 remaining plants using coal. Last year, I worked out a deal with AES, the owner of the Warrior Run plant in Cumberland, to cease burning coal to generate electricity in 2030. So that plant is scheduled to stop burning coal at the end of the decade. And just this year, just as last year, that company hasn't taken a position on the bill, but they've agreed that they're going to be shutting their coal burning facility down in 2030. The next shoe to drop occurred in October, when Talon Energy decided that announced that it would eliminate the burning of coal at all Talon facilities nationwide, including at the H.A. Wagner plant and the Brandon Shores plant on the Patapsco River, just south of the Key Bridge. These plants are scheduled to cease coal-fired operations by the end of 2025, and Talon Energy is not opposing this bill. This left only a single remaining coal-burning energy plant in Maryland, the Morgantown plant on the Potomac River in Charles County. I was involved in negotiations with GenOn Holdings, the owner of the Morgantown plant, and reached an agreement with that firm in December to shut the plant down, shut the coal burners down in 2027. A public announcement to this effect was released by GenOn on December 21st, just a month ago, in which the CEO of GenOn was quoted as saying, "We are supporting Senator West's and Delegate Brooks's bill, which will provide certainty on the operational life of the Morgantown and Chalk Point coal-fired generating stations. These retirements reflect the sentiment of the citizens of Maryland and will facilitate a smooth transition for GenOn's employees and the communities in which we currently operate," close quotes. And you have supported testimony from GenOn before you. As we had already pre-filed the bill and it provided for an earlier closure date, I have a sponsor amendment that you should have in your packets to reflect adjusting the date for the Morgantown closure from 2024 to 2027. So at the time of this hearing last winter, only one of the 6 coal burning facilities had committed to stop burning coal. And as of today, just a year later, the Dickerson facility has retired its coal burners, and all 5 of the remaining facilities have committed to stop burning coal in 2021, 2025, 2027, and 2030, respectively. The first 3 pages of this bill merely require the 5 remaining facilities to indeed cease burning coal at the times that the owners have committed to cease burning coal. It thus reflects and holds them accountable to the decisions already announced by the owners of those facilities. Of course, the closure of the coal burning furnaces in these facilities may well have a major effect on the workforce at the plants. So the rest of Senate Bill 148 from pages 3 through 14 deals with extensive measures to provide a more supportive transition for the employees. The bill creates a fossil fuel community transition fund with the mission of providing grants to support both the individuals transitioning out of employment at one of the 6 coal-fired plants and also the communities impacted by the closure of the coal boilers. The grants are to be used for A, worker retraining, B, union-sponsored apprenticeship programs, C, clean energy projects in the affected counties, D, for up to 3 years after the closures of the plants, payments to an affected county to offset the losses in tax revenue due to the closure, E, payments to individuals who are within 3 years of retirement age, and F, payments to individuals to fill wage gaps during their transition to new employment. These payments of approximately $13 million per year will come from a dedicated, protected funding stream from the existing Maryland Strategic Energy Investment Program, known as SIFE, which is funded by the sale of allowances under the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, also known as RGGI. Let me speak briefly about why this bill makes sense. The 6 coal plants that are the subject of this bill are the number 3 source of in-state climate pollution in Maryland. In 2017, Maryland's 6 coal plants generated over 75% of the state's climate pollution from in-state electricity generators. Coal-burning electrical generating plants are on their way out across the nation. Nearly 350 coal plants have closed or announced their retirement in recent years. Closure announcements crop up in trade publications monthly. The new administration in Washington, D.C. is likely to take steps to accelerate the transition away from coal. And before I conclude, let me address a couple of the concerns that were raised about this bill last year. First, there's the question of whether Maryland needs the coal burning plants and might experience blackouts without them. Well, the fact is that Maryland's coal plants sit idle for nearly the entire year. You remember the old television commercials with the Maytag repairman. Jesse White played the repairman. He just sat next to the phone, and the phone never rang because the Maytag washers were so good they never broke down. Sort of the same thing is the case here in Maryland with the coal plants. These coal plants are operated approximately 2 weeks a year in each year. The other 50 weeks, the employees sit there waiting for the phone to ring. Maryland does very well without electricity generated from these coal plants right now. The regional electrical transmission system, known as PJM, has them sitting on standby. Reliability analyses have already been completed for the coal units at Dickerson and Chalk Point, and there were no reliability concerns found. The plants can and did deactivate at their requested dates. The fact that the planned closures will be staggered throughout the decade will enable PJM to plan ahead to cover these peak days and allow for more cleaner and more efficient energy producers to come online. PJM and our utilities are committed. Their job is to make sure that we keep our lights on in Maryland, and they're prepared to do exactly that. The second concern is that the workers in these plants need their jobs, but the owners of the plants have already announced that they're going to stop burning coal. Burning coal is far more expensive these days than other ways of generating electricity. This bill bends over backwards to create a fund of money to pay for the transition expenses should workers face layoffs. If the bill fails and no fund is set up, when the plants retire their coal burners, as the companies have already announced will happen, the employees will be left high and dry without any financial support as they seek to transition to new jobs. This is what happened last summer with Dickerson, where 50 plus employees lost their jobs. And because this bill did not pass last year, it was not signed into law, there was no fund to assist those employees in transitioning from jobs that were lost into new employment. In an effort to ensure that our bill supports these workers, Senator Feldman and I shared a draft bill in November with the AFL-CIO before the bill was pre-filed. Unfortunately, we never received feedback from them or the impacted unit of the IBEW. If they offer amendments to address their concerns to this bill, we remain open to consideration and would look fondly and eagerly for the opportunity to sit down with them and discuss the logistical provisions contained in the bill and make appropriate modifications. I hope the committee will issue a favorable report on this bill. You will hear in a moment from Commissioner Collins from Charles County, where the Morgantown plant's located, and from Ricara Jones with the 1199 SEIU, a healthcare workers union in support of the bill. Let me just finish by noting that there was an initial fiscal note which was erroneous. Members of the Sierra Club worked with the fiscal note writer. There was, I believe, a $25 million financial impact suggested for this bill. That has been removed upon further discussions. So there's an amended fiscal note or a new fiscal note in your packet, which is correct and does not contain that very large inaccurate sum. With that, I'll turn the proceedings over to my other witnesses.
Okay, thank you, Senator West. And just to correct the record, Commissioner Collins is not going to be part of the panel today. So just to clarify that part. But before we go to the other witnesses, any questions for Senator West specifically? Okay, we've got Chair Kelly.
I just want to say you are a magnificent negotiator, and we've got some other things we're going to get you to negotiate.
Yeah, just put me to work.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions for Senator West, sponsor of the bill? Senator Hershey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Thank you for, I agree with Senator Kelly. You've done a magnificent job of negotiating these. My only question then, if everything has been negotiated to close down, why again would the bill be necessary?
Well, a couple of reasons. Number one, three-quarters of the bill creates this fund to assist the employees. So we definitely need that. Otherwise, there's no provision for state assistance to the employees in their transition. But secondly, there have been occasions in the past when some plants have announced they're closing and only at the last minute to pull back and to decide to stay open after all. So this bill merely holds the owners' feet to the fire to indeed do what they have committed to do.
Now, can some of them, so we're talking about 6. I understand some of them are discussing committing or converting to different type of fuel sources.
Yes, when we talk about closure, we're just really talking about the closure of the coal burning facilities. For example, for Brandon Shores and H.D. Wagner, my understanding is that the company that owns those facilities is actively exploring turning them into very large battery storage facilities. The Chalk Point facility currently not only burns coal, it also burns natural gas. So there's no commitment to stopping the natural gas. Many facilities in the past, the coal facilities, have been converted to burning natural gas. It's entirely possible that the coal burners will be shut down and then converted down at Chalk Point to be additional gas burning facilities. So I think it's inaccurate to suggest that when the coal burners close, that necessarily the entire facility will permanently close. There may well be alternate things that can be done to generate electricity in those very large facilities.
Right, and that was going to be,
they're huge.
right. That was going to be my other question. I know some of them are thinking about converting to gas and others considering converting to oil. If they do remain in operation but not burning coal, does the rest of this bill come into effect?
Yes, well, for any employees that lose their jobs, for example, in the case of H.D. Wagner and Brandon Shores, it's quite likely that a battery facility would not be as labor intensive as the coal burning facility has been. So the rest of this bill that provides for transition expenses would kick into effect to the extent that employees lose their jobs as a result of the closures.
So closure and converting are different. If the facility does not close but converts and jobs are lost as a result, this bill would kick in?
Yes, right.
On top,
Remember that generating electricity from natural gas is a different beast than generating it from coal. So there would be retraining, et cetera. And this bill would provide for that kind of retraining to enable the old coal burning employees now to perform different functions.
Okay. And then final question, and you might not know this, but if you don't, then maybe one of your next proponents can say that there have been a number of bills that we've seen already that are going after the C fund, that want for some, whatever's important to them, whatever their priorities are, they're looking at grabbing money out of that C fund and going into, again, the projects and programs that are their priorities. But one of the big concerns is a lot of the money that goes into the CEF is paid by these coal facilities through the allowances under RGGI. So has anybody taken a look at seeing if these facilities do shut down, what the impact to the CEF fund would be? And then again, the next question is, with all the other bills that are outstanding and going after the CEF funds, do we have enough money in the CEF fund to continue what its real priorities are and to do things like this and whatever else we see in legislation?
Yes. First of all, let me just interject. I love the Hershey bars on your wall.
Thank you.
Now, with
Campaign signs.
With respect to the CEF fund, my other witnesses will be able to address that better than I can, but my understanding is that the money pouring into the CEF fund through Reggie is increasing rather rapidly. So the $13 million that we're proposing to be taken out of the CEF fund on an annual basis for 3 years is small potatoes compared to the amount of money that's coming into the CEF fund and will be available for whatever purposes the General Assembly wants to dedicate.
Okay, great. Maybe we'll hear that. Again,
Yes,
thank,
I think you will.
yeah, thank you very much, Senator West.
Sure.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
I've got Senator Hayes up next. Senator
Thank
Hayes.
you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I had more of a technical question. Senator West alluded to some amendments, and there's a couple of pieces of testimony that supports those amendments, but they weren't in the file as he indicated. Can you explain just what they were? I thought I could just pull them up and read them, but I wasn't able to see.
Senator Hayes, the only amendment that I'm familiar with is the one that I put in, which would have changed, which would make a very simple change. It would change the retirement date of the Morgantown facility from 2024 to 2027. If there are other amendments in the bill folder, I'm not familiar with them at the moment. Will familiarize myself with them.
Yeah, that may just be the amendments that a couple of people are alluding to. They just so happen, they're not loaded in, and so I just wasn't clear what they were. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any additional questions for Senator West specifically before we move to the next witnesses? Okay. Okay, seeing none. Senator West has designated David Smetic from Sierra Club as his lead witness, and he will get 5 minutes. Mr. Smetic, you've got 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. My name is David Smetic, and I'm a senior campaign representative for the Sierra Club, zooming in from Baltimore today. On behalf of the Sierra Club and its over 70,000 Maryland members and supporters, we respectfully request a favorable report on SB 148. As Senator West noted in great detail, 5 of Maryland's 6 operating coal-fired power plants closed or announced their intentions to cease coal operations in the coming years, just last year in 2020, over the previous 10-month period. I will not detail everything that Senator West already just mentioned because he did a fantastic job. But what I want to emphasize before getting into additional points to make is that workers and communities are being impacted now, and the need for a more managed transition plan off of coal has never been more urgent. That is why this bill is so important this year. As Senator West noted, it is well known that coal is the dirtiest fossil fuel on the grid and that we must stop burning it in order to respond to the climate crisis and to address disproportionate burdens of coal pollution on communities near power plants. Given the compounding economic, environmental, and public health issues facing coal, this legislation presents a thoughtful and common sense approach to respond to the urgency at hand. You have our written testimony, which provides additional detail on the legislation, much like Senator West just described. So right now, what I want to more specifically focus on are 3 key reasons for the committee to provide a favorable report, and I will hopefully have time at the end to address some of the questions that were just raised as well. First, the legislation reflects best practices as identified by the Maryland Department of the Environment for transitioning off of fossil fuel facilities. The best practices identified by the MDE in Governor Hogan's 2019 Draft Greenhouse Gas Reduction Act plan include, quote, providing a timeline for the phase out of activities, quote, funding of the transition, and, quote, providing a transition oversight body. This bill does all of those things, as we have just highlighted, and as recommended by MDE best practices. Second, the bill implements a unanimously supported recommendation from the nonpartisan Maryland Commission on Climate Change. That commission was formed by the General Assembly many years ago to provide policy recommendations for climate action and is made up of state agencies, industry representatives from both fossil fuels and clean energy companies, members of the public, and even labor unions. Coal transition was discussed at the Commission on Climate Change for years, and in 2020, the commission formally recommended that the General Assembly pass a bill that ends coal burning at Maryland power plants by no later than 2030 and supports impacted workers and communities. Once again, SB 148 does that. It does not flip the switch and turn off all of the coal operations at once. It stages the cessation of coal operations to manage the transition better and provides those programs that Senator West alluded to better support communities and workers impacted by the transition. Third, the bill will equip our state to take advantage of new initiatives recently launched by President Biden. Just last week, the president created an interagency working group on coal and power plant communities and economic revitalization. This transition is happening across the country, and the federal working group will provide recommendations on providing resources to power plant communities facing this fossil fuel and especially coal transition. And this bill, Senate Bill 148, will better prepare Maryland to be equipped to take advantage of any new federal programs by establishing this new transition account. Before I close, I want to address two questions from Senator Hershey. One question that I've heard regarding where Maryland will get its electricity without the coal generation, and if we will simply import coal power from other states. I want to note two things on that. First, the Clean Energy Jobs Act that this committee and the General Assembly passed a number of years ago will significantly increase the amount of clean energy coming from inside of Maryland, enough to replace the generation that has been put out in recent years from the coal-fired power plants. Again, over this 10-year period, the transition will be happening. Secondly, across the PJM grid, coal is phasing out. For example, in Pennsylvania, they had 20 coal plants without plans to retire at the start of 2010, and 16 of those power plants over the last 11 years have announced their intentions to retire as well. So we are seeing this happening everywhere. To Senator Hershey's point, we can continue in the discussion portion after my other panelists go, but the Strategic Energy Investment Fund, it is a hot topic in Annapolis as always. I think there are many priorities for those funds, and this is intended to provide an initial funding source for a transition account, not meant to be the only permanent funding source for it. We need to identify additional sources to support workers and communities into the future. But right now, the CEF does not provide that for impacted workers facing coal plant closures. So we want to provide that opportunity there. I will conclude that this is an opportunity to respond to the climate crisis in a managed and responsible way that considers a multitude of factors. We would love to hear additional suggestions from impacted stakeholders, as Senator West noted, and see what changes, if any, need to happen. But action is needed now, and we urge a favorable report, and I look forward to any questions and discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Smetic? Okay, Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. David, yeah, just follow up on that. Do you know how much of the CEF funding is coming from coal-fired facilities? I understand over the last 4 quarters, it's about $56 million that have come in from the auctions. I'm just wondering if you know what portion of that might be from the facilities that we're talking about, and if they're out of business and they're not working, will they still be paying into the auctions? So will we be depleting the CEF funds that way? And then explain what you meant by this is not the funding source. I mean, this is 13.3 million a year for 3 years. Are you saying that something else needs to be found to be a more permanent funding source for this new fund?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Hershey. I'll answer the second question first and then go back to the Reggie auctions. We believe that the Strategic Energy Investment Fund can provide initial quote unquote seed funding for a fossil fuel transition account. It's not going to be cheap to help and support all of the workers and communities that are going to be impacted by transitioning away from fossil fuels over the next 20 to 30 years. So $40 million over 3 years is not enough permanently. We believe that it is needed now to support the workers that were impacted by the Dickerson closure in August of this past year, will be impacted in June of this year at the Chalk Point closure, and then continue to build into the coming years. So we anticipate, and the third portion of the bill that Senator West alluded to establishes a longer-term Just Transition Planning Council that will identify additional funding opportunities, whether from the federal government, state resources, private philanthropic opportunities. So we do believe that there will be additional funds needed over the course of the climate action progress that we're making. But we think that this initial funding source is needed now to help with the initial transition. To the Reggie auctions, and I will be try to be quick here and happy to have follow-up conversations with any committee members. I can't do the numbers off the back of the envelope right off the top of my head, but the auctions work as such that there's a price per ton of carbon dioxide pollution emitted from power plants in participating states. Over the years, as you noted, we have seen an increase. I believe that there's almost a threefold increase in the price of a ton of carbon dioxide emissions coming from the RGGI program over the last 15 auctions or so. And so that's a strengthening of the program. The Maryland Department of the Environment and other agencies across the region have recognized that as the program progresses, and they modeled in some plant closures associated with that back in 2017, they still anticipate a growth in funds over the next decade associated with the RGGI auctions. So we don't have a crystal ball, don't know the exact numbers that will come out moving forward. But as we do see emissions continue over the next decade, the price point will continue to likely to grow as the program continues to strengthen. So we see an increase in funds still likely from CEF, given the compounding factors.
Okay, thank you. And just one final question. Of the 6 facilities that this bill references, do we know at this time which ones will close altogether and which ones will convert or plan to convert to another fuel source?
I'm not sure that we do know the full answers there. From what we've seen, at least that I can speak to publicly, as Senator West noted, at the Dickerson and Chalk Point facilities, those are they're the farthest along in the process, and they are primarily, they have only retired at the Dickerson facility the coal units, and at Chalk Point, they've only indicated the coal units will be retiring. At the Dickerson facility, something you won't be surprised we're really excited to see is that in the PJM new services queue, so proposed new projects at the Dickerson site, there's a proposal for a very large solar and storage facility coming into Montgomery County. So that has a lot of more hurdles that it would need to get over, but that's the kind of transition we want to see, is if we're moving off of coal, we're investing into those clean energy and storage opportunities in the coming years.
Okay, thank you, David, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator.
And I would just note the Dickerson plant is in my Senate district. And as David mentioned, they are in the process of going solar with that facility, so they're not wasting the space and the land out there. Okay, the next witness is Ricara Jones from 1199 SEIU. Ricara, you get 2.5 minutes.
Sure. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, members of the Finance Committee. My name is Ricara Jones. I'm the political director with 1199 SEIU. We are the largest healthcare union in the nation. We represent about 12,000 healthcare workers in hospitals and nursing homes across this great state of Maryland. And for our members, the health outcomes that are caused by coal plants affect both their professional and their personal lives. Professionally, their workloads and resources are stretched thin when they're responding to coal-related illnesses. Coal plants, we know they discharge heavy metals like mercury and arsenic, which end up in bodies of water and soil and can impair brain development and even cause cancer. The plants also contribute to smog, which leads to asthma. And we know that minorities are overwhelmingly exposed to this. As a result, there was a report from the NAACP a few years ago, and all of the plants received a D grade average. And the report measured environmental justice. And according to another Maryland report on asthma, emergency room visits for Black residents in Charles County were about 3 times higher than for white residents. So for the reasons I just kind of went through and the great opportunity to invest in clean energy, we encourage you all to support this act. To ensure the retirement of all 6 coal burners for the safety of our members and all the folks that reside in the state. And just another reason I just want to highlight that we really support this legislation is because of the dedicated funds that which you've already heard about of the 13 million, but that are going to go towards supporting affected workers through clean energy job training, retirement support, and wage replacement. And just finally, I would like to thank and remind this committee about your passage of the Hospital Employee Retraining Fund last year. For our members, we saw a workforce shift, and you passed a bill that really helps to provide funding to assist our members with their transition. So we think this bill is very similar. You know, the companies have announced they're going to make a transition away from coal, and this bill creates a planned transition to support the workers. I just want to say I hope there's a continued conversation with both labor advocates and the sponsors to move this legislation, and we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jones. Any questions for Ms. Jones? Okay, seeing none. The next witness signed up was Christopher Stevenson, but he's not on the call, will not be joining us. So we're going to go to the final witnesses on the final witness for the favorable list is Jonathan Lecoq Nisley. Jonathan, are you on the call here?
No, he left.
He was in the meeting, he has left.
Okay, so that wraps up the favorables. We've got one witness signed up unfavorable. We've got Tom Clark, who I do see here from IBEW Local 26. Mr. Clark, you've got 2.5 minutes and you've signed up unfavorable.
Correct. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I represent IBEW Local 26. We have some 5,000 members in Maryland. I, along with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, strongly oppose the closing of these electrical generation stations, not because we're not ready. In fact, right now we're training young people in our Lanham training facility for green jobs of the future. But SB 148 addresses not utilization, but electric generation. There lies our opposition. Maryland consumes 1.5 times the amount of electricity it produces. We're in a production deficit, and this bill increases that deficit. But I have one goal today, and that is to remind all the senators in this committee that if we close these plants down, that the energy it replaces it with will be purchasing it off the grid of Pennsylvania and West Virginia, BJM, if you will. And that energy is produced by coal. Yes, coal. There's no plan to replace it with solar because we can't store solar right now. Probably never. There's other renewable green energies, but we've got a lot of work and a lot of years ahead of us before we can replace this specific energy. I would, and once we can replace this with green energy, I will embrace those options, but we're not there yet. Until I think this legislation is taking a huge gamble with, it may result in rolling blackouts during the summer, but I'm mainly concerned with the well-paying jobs that this state will lose. Jobs that our neighboring states scratching their head, asking why is Maryland replacing shutting down their own coal power burning plants just to use energy from out-of-state coal burning power plants. Senators, smog knows no borders. SB 148 shifts the effects of fossil fuel from Prince George's and Charles County to the West Virginia bordered Allegheny and Garrett counties. I just think SB 148 is addressing a national and global problem with a legislative win that does not replace the effects of burning coal, but shifts it to another part of the state. So I asked the committee to join the IBEW, oppose this bill, oppose giving away well-paying jobs, and oppose replacing coal with coal. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clark. Well, let me just ask you, because I guess one question that has to pop up, you say if we close these plants, these are the,
closing.
but the fact is, and number one, I want to thank you. You did participate. I organized some get-togethers between labor, environmental community during the interim, and you were nice enough to be part of that. But they've already announced they are closing, and so I think the intent of the bill was if they're already closing, we want to do something to help the workers with the creation of a transition fund. So when you say that this bill closes these plants, as Senator West indicated, they've already made those announcements. So maybe just on that most basic point, maybe you could just clarify that, I think, question that's going to come up with some members.
Well, let them close when they close. Right now, I mean, you negotiated, people negotiated. When the negotiation didn't work, we're talking legislation. I realize you want it, let them close when they close. I mean, if it's 2030, then so be it. But this bill says, let's close earlier. Let's close at 2023. And I just think until we can produce green energy to replace this energy. Right now, we're just replacing it with coal from West Virginia and Pennsylvania.
Okay.
So.
Okay, any additional questions for, okay, thank you, Mr. Clark. Any additional questions for Mr. Clark? Okay, seeing none. Let me just go back. Mr. Jonathan Lecoq Nisley was on the call and then his internet crashed and he got booted off. So now he's back on, and that was a pure technical problem, not of his doing. And so, Jonathan, are you back on the call? Because we went over you because you went on. Okay. So
Yes, I am.
I think we'll, because it was a pure technical situation that wouldn't have happened in a live hearing, I think we'll let you have your 2.5 minutes to weigh in, and then we'll move on to the next bill. So go on, you got 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Vice Chair Feldman, Chair Kelly, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jonathan Laycock Nisley, and I work for Interfaith Power and Light, where we connect people of many faith traditions to a religious response to the climate crisis. I'm here today in support of SB 148, and I would encourage you all to turn to the written testimony that I've submitted, because in that testimony, you'll see pictures of people of faith from all across our state lighting the way to a coal-free Maryland. Carol Henry Alexander, an artist from Prince George's County, designed the incredible artwork you'll see, and we invited faithful Marylanders to take pictures with Alexander's artwork in December, posing with their Advent and Hanukkah candles, their Christmas trees and winter lights, calling on their legislators to support this legislation and join us in lighting the way to a coal-free Maryland. From the Pearlstone Center in Reisterstown, you'll see Joan Plisco, as well as director Yakir Manila with his family and their menorah. In Germantown, you can see Mary Kay Smith with her homegrown Christmas tree. Corey Majid is in Cheverly in front of her solar-powered home. And Deacon Laura Heller and the rest of the ELCA's Creation Care team are there on Zoom. And there are so many more. People of faith know that caring for our communities means transitioning away from coal as a power source. When we burn coal to power our lights, our Zoom calls, our sacred spaces, we are in essence stealing divine gifts from our neighbors. We are stealing the divine gift of this planet, our common home, by spewing heat-trapping climate pollution that contributes to things like flooding in Ellicott City and sea level rise on the Eastern Shore. We are stealing the divine gift of breath, of life itself, by pumping out smog-producing pollutants that cause asthma attacks and make respiratory diseases like COVID-19 more deadly. And of course, as people of faith, we care for both our neighbor who has asthma and our neighbor who works at the coal plant. We cannot leave our neighbors at these coal plants to the whims of the market. That's why the people in these pictures ask that you pass this legislation so that we can provide funding for these workers and their communities during this transition. Faithful Marylanders know that a clean energy economy is our future, and our communities are depending on our elected officials to chart the path forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions of the witness? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 148. Turning to the next bill, we've got Senator Griffith, Senate Bill 5, and it's jointly assigned with B&T, Budget and Tax, and the sponsor is also the representative of the Budget and Tax Committee. So she's playing double duty here, both as sponsor and representative of B&T on the jointly assigned bill. So Melanie, you're up. You've got unlimited time to present Senate Bill 5.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Feldman, Madam Chair Kelly, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. I'm going to keep my remarks brief because one of my panelists has to jump off. She has a hard stop at 2 o'clock, Dr. Golden, and also have a nutritionist, Sherma Brousseau, who will share a few words. I know from having been in this committee just this session alone that you all are well aware of the issues surrounding health disparities in our state and across the country. So I'll just cut to the chase and tell you what Senate Bill 5 does. I am introducing Senate Bill 5 as a cross-file to a bill with Delegate Jocelyn Pena-Melnick, who's worked extensively on this issue, as has our former colleague, Senator Shirley Nathan Pulliam. The bill really has three components, unlike what my testimony I submitted earlier states. It deals with data and reporting and requires that the report card that is supposed to be submitted annually about the minority health in our state actually be done and uploaded on the website every 6 months. So the first component deals with data collection and the kinds of data that are collected. The second component requires implicit bias training for healthcare professionals. And so this will be a part of their license renewal and certification process, and simply requires that they engage in training, which is now already being offered in the state and has been approved. The third component, and I will share with you that Health and Government Operations has approved the bill in committee today with an amendment that I hope to get before you, deals with the funding of the Office of Minority Health and Health Disparities. So as introduced, the bill requires that the Office of Minority Health and Health Disparities have a 1.2% of the Health Department or Maryland Department of Health's budget. That is actually not the intent. The fiscal note does have the true intent. I believe it's on page 4 of the fiscal note. It is 0.012% of the Department of Health's budget. And so we'll get that amendment, as well as a technical amendment from the Board of Nursing that was also offered in Health and Government Operations. But in the interest of letting you all hear from this very talented, very smart doctor from Johns Hopkins, I'm going to pause, if I could, Mr. Chair, and allow Dr. Golden to give her testimony.
Okay, before we go to Dr. Golden, are there any questions of the sponsor quickly? Okay. Okay, seeing none, with that introduction, Doctor, we've got Sharita Golden from Johns Hopkins, and since you're the lead witness for the sponsor, you get 5 minutes, Doctor.
All right, great. So thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair Kelly, Vice Chair Feldman, and members of the committee. I also want to thank Senator and President Pro Tem Griffin for her leadership on this very important issue and for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Dr. Sharita Golden. I'm Vice President and Chief Diversity Officer and Professor for Johns Hopkins Medicine. As you all know, health disparities have been a longstanding systemic problem in the Black, Hispanic, and Indigenous communities. The COVID-19 pandemic has only further exacerbated these disparities and has really heightened the need for this, as well as other legislation aimed at reducing this blight in our communities. Unfortunately, implicit biases likely play a significant role in perpetuating these disparities and inequities that have plagued our Black and Brown communities for generations and must be addressed if we're to achieve true health equity. So how does implicit bias manifest in healthcare today? Multiple studies show that Black patients are less likely to have their pain adequately controlled and are more likely to be considered, quote unquote, drug seeking, including those with justifiable pain from sickle cell crises and post-surgical patients. They are assumed to have a higher pain threshold, and this is left over from experimentation that occurred on Black individuals during slavery without anesthesia. And in order to really participate in what we would today consider barbaric behavior, that was the lie that doctors had to tell themselves to justify not using anesthesia in the Black community. But again, this has been perpetuated into modern day medicine. Another way in which unconscious bias manifests itself is that physicians often assume that patients from marginalized and minoritized communities are less intelligent, are less likely to adhere to their treatment recommendations. And again, this is a residual from eugenics theory, which was perpetuated at the turn of the last century and argued that there were certain racial and ethnic groups that were biologically inferior to others. We note that today there is no scientific foundation for eugenics theory, but unfortunately these biases still perpetuate themselves in medical care today. So because unconscious bias can influence medical decision-making in a way that may be harmful to patients, Johns Hopkins Medicine, we are addressing this issue by directly requiring unconscious bias training for all of our managers and above, as well as our leaders, and in addition for all of our trainees. So that includes our medical and graduate students, our residents, as well as our postdoctoral fellows. And this will serve as a foundational element for more in-depth anti-oppression training over the next 2 to 3 years to address the other isms. So we often think about anti-racism, but it's important that we're anti-sexist, anti-heterosexist, anti-ableist, anti-oppression, so that we can make sure that we are addressing all of our communities in the healthcare system. And so in my role as Vice President and Chief Diversity Officer, I also oversee biomedical workforce development, not only for our health system, but also for our School of Medicine. And I see that as a really important part of coupling with unconscious bias training is diversification of our workforce, because in order for us to achieve true health equity, we need our workforce not only to lack bias, but to also be diversified. Because in the healthcare setting, unlike other sectors, diversity and inclusion is a matter of life and death for us, because our biased decisions can adversely impact the patient outcome. So Johns Hopkins urges favorable report on Senate Bill 5. I thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Any questions for Dr. Golden?
Mr. Chair.
Senator Hayes.
Yeah, it's not a question, but I just wanted to say welcome Dr. Golden, known her for quite a while, and she definitely lives up to the reputation that the President Pro Tem introduced her by. Thank you and welcome to Senate Finance.
Thank you, Senator Hayes. Good to see you again.
Okay, any additional questions for Dr. Golden? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Doctor. We're going to go to the next witness, Sherma Brousseau, healthcare professional. Sure. There you go, Sherma. You're up. You've got 2.5 minutes.
Hello, greetings to Madam Chair and staffers and Senator Griffith. My name is Sherma Brousseau. I'm a registered licensed nutritionist for over 40 years.
Could you just speak up maybe a little bit, Ms. Brousseau, just a little bit louder, just slightly louder? That would be helpful.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Okay, that'll work. Cool.
That will work?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, I'm a registered licensed nutritionist for over 40 years. I've worked at several healthcare agencies, Kaiser, Humana Group Health, and Greater Baden, and presently at Prince George's County Health Department. As a nutritionist, I get referrals from a number of physicians from various diagnoses, whether it's weight loss, hypertension, hypolipidemias. But I noticed that the most common bias is in healthcare providers is cultural sensitivity with their clients. Usually we find that the providers base their judgment on physical appearance, their gender, race, and even culture. Providers really lacked the communication, the effective communication with their clients. Sometimes just simple questions like, where are you from? Or what do you eat? What do you do for fun? Can release a lot of and break down a lot of barriers. Instead, they make decisions based on their own choices or their own assumption of that ethnic group. There's no one size fits all. There may be some similarities, but we have to base each person as an individual. An African American from New York City do not eat the same way as an African American in Montana. I may look African American, but I'm from the Caribbean. And if a provider makes his judgment choice, which would lead to really non-compliance and the treatment failure. So there's biases that African Americans or certain ethnic groups do not follow their procedures. It's like a perfect example. It's like another colleague telling a Chinese diabetic, she cannot eat rice. This is their mainstay. Instead of working with that individual and making sure that their appropriate portion sizes include that in their cultural competency. So this way the individual would know and what to eat and how much to eat. As a nutritionist, we know that there are several barriers that prevent clients from assessing healthy food choices. Where they live is an issue. It may be food desert area, and the lack of grocery stores or even transportation is an issue here. There's even food biases, would you believe it, in fast food chains. I happened to see an ad on the TV of oatmeal and sliced apples at one of the fast food chains. I went there, purchased it in my part of the town, and several weeks later went to another area in the county, and I was informed that, oh, we don't have it here.
Mine is expired.
Okay, Ms. Brousseau, maybe if you could wrap up, because we got a lot of more bills and a lot of witnesses, so you went a little over the 2.5 minutes. You any final sentence, and then we'll have to move on.
The final say is that to improve our client health, We do need more education with our providers.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. We're going to go to the next witness, favorable, Karen Kayla. Ms. Kayla, I see you on the screen, and you, again, have 2.5 minutes. And as I just, and we're going to hold you to 2.5 minutes since we're going to try to keep it tight here, okay?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Kelly and Vice Chair Feldman and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. We have submitted on behalf of AARP Maryland written testimony, so I'll be brief. I'm an executive council member and also the lead advocacy volunteer for AARP Maryland. And as you know, we're the largest membership-based organization in the state with 850,000 members. We overwhelmingly support SB 5, the implicit bias training, and the Office of Minority Health and Health Disparities. SB, I won't repeat. Thank you, Senator Griffith, for explaining the bill. I can just bypass that part. But I would say that 11 months into the coronavirus pandemic, it's clear that COVID-19 is impacting some communities much more severely than others. We know, for example, that members of the Black and Hispanic communities are far more likely to experience severe illness and death from many health conditions, including COVID-19. To reduce these health disparities, AARP believes that state public health departments and healthcare systems need to start by compiling comprehensive data, and that providers and policymakers need to act on it. And the implicit bias training is just one of those really essential actions that we can use the data for and then build on that by putting it into action with the training. Public reporting of COVID-19 data by race and ethnicity has revealed troubling patterns, including incomplete information, missing data, and inconsistencies in labeling racial and ethnic groups. Since the pandemic's onset, the AARP Public Policy Institute has been tracking how states report COVID-19 data by race and ethnicity. This tracking revealed wide variabilities in the reporting, and the findings indicate that the collection of accurate data is a best practice for state public health officials to use in their public reporting. The collection of race and ethnicity data will provide critical information to help inform actions to improve the health and well-being of all communities, especially those historically unrecognized and underserved. And for these reasons, AARP supports SB 5. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kayla. Any questions for the witness? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the next witness, Shamanda Breathwaite. Ms. Breathwaite, I see you there. Again, you've got 2.5 minutes.
Okay, great. I'm Shamanda Braithwaite, Director of Quality and Health Improvement at the Maryland Hospital Association. I'd like to thank Senator Griffith for sponsoring Senate Bill 5 and for the opportunity to testify in support of this bill on behalf of MHA's 60-member hospitals and health systems. MHA recognizes that racism is a public health crisis that contributes to inequities in access and quality and to disparities in health outcomes. Health equity is an integral part of our mission to advance the health of all Marylanders. Our commitment to racial equity informs the work we do with our Health Equity Task Force and our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisory Group to address the impact of systemic racism on health. MHA supports the requirement in Senate Bill 5 to expand implicit bias training to providers across all healthcare settings. Implicit bias training, while not a panacea, encourages discourse and empathy in racially non-concordant patient-provider interactions, which can help improve communication and trust, contributing to improved outcomes. Under our total cost of care model, Maryland committed to reducing the rates of severe maternal morbidity, uncontrolled asthma in children, and the impact of diabetes over the next 3 to 5 years. These conditions are associated with longstanding health outcomes disparities by race and ethnicity. Implicit bias training for providers should be a part of the overall strategy to improve outcomes in those conditions. Another key part of this strategy should be to fund the Office of Minority Health and Health Disparities in support of its engagement in this critical work. Given its expertise, this office is an essential partner in developing and implementing strategies to reduce disparities, and it should be given the opportunity, authority, and resources to carry out its mission. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 5. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the witness? Ms. Braithwaite. Okay, seeing none. We've got one witness signed up favorable with an amendment. We've got Pam Casemeyer. Ms. Casemeyer, favorable with an amendment, and you've got 2.5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. And actually, probably the favorable with amendment is a little misleading, only because it's in reference to the technical amendments that the senator referenced in her testimony. It has to do with effective dates and the like. So technically, it's support with amendment, but they're very technical in nature. Really, I can take back a little bit of my time because you've heard such good testimony from the other proponents. I think what I wanted to point out, and we've submitted written testimony as well, I'm here on behalf of a wide variety of provider licensure categories and specialties. This is a bill that has been uniformly adopted as a priority across the healthcare provider community. There's a clear recognition that this implicit bias training will help improve the ability of providers to appropriately address the health disparities and health inequities that now persist. It's not a panacea, as was said by Ms. Braithwaite, but it is a significant enhancement to their ability to work collectively to address these issues. And so to that extent, the other thing I would raise that isn't just on the intent of the bill, but the bill, we spent a lot of time working on it with the sponsor and others. It's exceedingly well framed because not only will it require implicit bias training for all licensed healthcare professionals across the spectrum, but it also includes requirements where the boards and the department and the Office of Minority Health Disparities will work to make sure that these courses also meet the standards required by the various boards. So you not only get your training, but the boards recognize them as valid training, which means they are going to be appropriate and responsive to the licensure category for which the training is occurring. So it's not like one training fits all, it's training that's appropriately postured for the licensure categories of the individuals who are required to take that training. So with that, I will succeed any time that I have left and thank the sponsor, Senator Griffith, and all of you for your continued commitment on this issue and look forward to it, hopefully moving forward.
Okay, we have a question from Senator Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I would just say, Senator Griffith, you may not have seen this, but the Alzheimer's Association submitted testimony and asked that specifically that dementia be included in it. And I would just ask, once you get testimony, that you also consider this. As you know, I've had a lot of experience in being the caregiver for my great-grandmother who suffered from Alzheimer's, and they do a lot of outreach in the community. And I just hope that you would consider adding that one word to the number of diseases that's already enumerated in the bill.
Thank you. Happy to take a look at it.
Okay, Senator Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vice Chair, Pam, if I could ask you, because you're the one who came with amendments, but I was reading through some of the testimony. Obviously, everybody's generally supportive of the idea of cultural competency and making sure that our new doctors, nurses, and other specialists, are culturally competent and able to meet the needs of their patients and understand these issues. But one of the some of the feedback I read was just concern about the boards, and you're representing a number of the boards, but making sure that these tests, you talked about it a little bit, making sure that these tests or these programs are consistent with what the boards, the concern was that this would be outside of the reach of the boards, that it would be something almost like external, that the boards would not have any input or say in. I mean, so is the amendments you guys have just to make sure that's clear? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I think the language on that issue is clear, and we spent some time working on it, because basically what it says is that the Office of Minority Affairs, Racial and Ethnic Minority Affairs, along with the boards, will work to approve these courses. and that the courses have to either be recognized by a specific board or accredited by ACCME, which that's for the physician piece of it. But
Right.
that language was in there to make sure, because one of the things the provider community wanted to be sure is not that they didn't want to take the training, but then once they took the training, it was also recognized as continuing education within their own board structure. And so the bill does both. And that part is clear. The amendment really was related to when the first licensure renewal process triggered the requirement. And we needed to back it off a few months because obviously the boards and the office are going to need a few months to figure out what courses fit in this construct.
Okay.
Now, the bill goes into effect in October, and with the sponsor amendment, your first renewal cycle, I think April 1st, becomes when it applies so that we're sure there's approved courses for people to take. And they don't.
So with
have
that,
to
so with that change, you're comfortable, your clients are comfortable with that change, okay.
Absolutely, absolutely. And thanks to the sponsor and everyone for working on making sure not only is the goal obtained, but it's done in a way that can be practically implemented to achieve the objectives.
Okay, any other questions for Ms. Casemeyer? Okay, seeing none. We had one witness signed up unfavorable, Vince McAvoy, but he was in the meeting, but he has chosen to depart the meeting. Maybe that's a reflection of the testimony by the witnesses in support, but Mr. McAvoy is no longer in the meeting. So that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 5, and we will now turn to Senator Gallion and Senate Bill 389. Senator, you have unlimited time to present your bill as a sponsor, and I see you're here. So tell us what Senate Bill 389 does, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Hello, Madam Chair and all committee members. For the record, Senator Jason Gallion here to introduce Senate Bill 389, Maryland Medical Assistance Program, Emergency Service Transporters Reimbursement. This might sound familiar to you. This bill was introduced late last year in the abbreviated session and ran out of time and didn't get to the committee vote point. And it deals with Medicaid reimbursement for emergency EMS providers. This bill does two things. Number one, it alters the Medicaid reimbursement rate for emergency medical transports from the current $100 by $25 a year until it gets up to $300. So it'll take 8 years at $25 a year to get up to that point. It has been at the $100 level for over 20 years, since 1999. So an increase to this rate is long overdue. The second thing this bill does, it allows for EMS billing when ambulances treat a patient, but do not transport that patient to the hospital. So an example of that would be if an ambulance responds to an overdose, administers Narcan to a patient comes to and then refuses transport, the EMS providers right now would get zero. They get no money back from that. So a little of my background, I've been in the volunteer fire service for 27 years, served as a chief, president, varying terms, and also 8 years from 2011 through 18 as the chair of the company's budget committee. So I can tell you from firsthand experience that over the past 20 years, costs have gone up tremendously, the cost of doing business for these EMS companies. Ambulances cost a lot more than they did 20 years ago, supplies do. And one thing, even for volunteer fire companies, most folks don't realize in the busier volunteer fire companies, they have to supplement their volunteer staff with paid EMS personnel. And that is a huge financial cost that most people don't realize. So I can tell you as my time as a budget chair at the fire company that the EMS budget was always running a little behind and needed to be supplemented. So just a little background with that. The Maryland State Firemen's Association, they were late in getting their testimony submitted, so that's not in your bill folder. But I did get a letter from them, and I can have that forwarded as late testimony. But one quote from that, their letter said, much of the expense of a world-class EMS system is still dependent on fundraising efforts, and Senate Bill 389 will help close the gap between income and expenses, end quote. So MSFA strongly supports this legislation. In closing, our first responders and EMS personnel are on the front lines every day of the year, 365 days a year. And that's really been highlighted by this global pandemic. It's really important that we fund these folks to the level they need to be funded to. I think one of the panelists that's going to follow up will talk about disparities in neighboring states that are already paying this higher rate, and Maryland's lagging behind. So Maryland's known for a world-class EMS system, and we want to keep it that way and get these folks proper funding. So with that, I have some panelists that are subject matter experts. The lead panelist would be from MIMS on there. So with that, I kindly ask for a favorable committee report. Thank you.
Okay, before we turn to the witnesses, Senator Bidle has a question for you, Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And Senator Gallion, it's nice to see you in Finance Committee. And the bill refers to this payment will be made by the Maryland Department of Health. Are you currently billing insurance companies for transport?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, but this bill is specific to Medicaid.
And
So-
how much are you billing to the insurance companies at this point?
Right now, now non-Medicaid, it depends on the type of transport. So an ALS or advanced life support would be a higher rate than a BLS or basic life support. I don't have those exact numbers off the top of my head, but with this bill, right now that $100, it doesn't matter if it's BLS or ALS. That's what it is.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Any additional questions? So Senator Hayes, and then we'll go to Chair Kelly. Senator Hayes, and then we'll go to Chair Kelly. You're muted. Senator Hayes, you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I apologize. But Senator Bidle got to part of the question that I was going to ask, and the difference between private insurance versus, Medicaid. But I was curious, it increases the amount to $25 a year until it reaches $300, and these are for transports where they're not actually transporting anybody. Am I correct?
No, that's actually the transport. That's for them actually transporting someone to a facility. The second part of the bill, what it does is allow them to bill for what they call refusal or a treat but not transport. So right now, if you were to transport someone, a Medicaid patient, to the hospital, that EMS
that's reimbursement.
Yeah, would get to only $100. But if they showed up to as I mentioned, like an overdose and administered Narcan, they get nothing for that if it's a Medicaid. It's all related to Medicaid using patients.
Right, but and maybe that's where I was a little bit confused. So if it seems like the bill talk a lot about the transport, but if there's a situation where the patient, for whatever reason, they'll drive themselves or whatever it may be, they're not transported, you're recommending a lower rate for those individuals as it relates to Medicaid?
This would only be for if that, someone calls 911 and the ambulance shows up and either starts treatment, and then that person, say you could start treatment and that person the patient decides they do not want to be transported to the hospital. Right now, those companies can't get any money for that if it's a Medicaid persons. So that's the second part of the bill. But if someone just shows up to the ER in their private vehicle or something, that has nothing to do with this particular bill.
Right, but in comparison to this, if it's a private insurer, the private insurer will only pay for those things that are covered as opposed to the flat rate. Am I reading that correct, or?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. Thank you. I'll follow up later.
Sure.
Okay. Chair Kelly, you're up next.
Yes, thanks for your testimony. I'm a little confused also, and I'm wondering, does this bill apply only to EMS ambulance service? Does it apply if the source is something other than EMS? And then we've got companies right in Baltimore County where I am that are funded in two different ways. I think if we could be clearer about who is funded how, that would be impacted and who this does not impact.
Sure. So this only pertains to emergency service transporters, which could be a volunteer ambulance, could be my understanding is, say a Baltimore City ambulance, it's emergency service, but it does not pertain to a commercial service. So a private ambulance company, they're not included in this bill.
So you could have the same category of service go from point A to point B similarly, but based on whether you're a private or you're a commercial service, this would or would not apply. Is that what you're saying?
Well, usually if it's a private ambulance company, what they do the most of is if they're taking someone, say from like a rehab, from a hospital back to a nursing home or something like that. So it's totally different. This is dealing with the 911 emergencies, this bill. So emergency transports. So it's a pretty, more narrow lane in that way.
Well, I'm just talking about emergency transports, but and there are EMS services that are, volunteer, and I go to fundraisers for them. I know they aren't that well paid, and they have to buy their own engines, they told me even. But it seems that I know in Baltimore County, they are funded very differently based on categories of EMS service in different parts of the county, and they aren't all in the same boat. So what could you tell us about what the funding stream differences are for EMS service in most of the counties that have that service, basically?
So probably, 25 years ago, a lot of these companies didn't do this EMS billing. They relied on what they call ambulance club or just donations. But as they got busier and the call volume went up, they were looking for more income, and they found where they could start billing these insurance companies. So in certain areas, I think certain companies, it depends on each individual company, they could send out one notice, and if they don't get the money recouped through the billing, they might send out a second or a third notice, but some of them don't even follow up with a second or third. It depends, it's a company by company basis, so it's different really all over the state. But this bill just pertains to patients who are using the Medicaid for their insurance.
So these poorest patients that are getting a public subsidy that all ratepayers and all taxpayers are contributing to would be subject to a different form of billing than the same service offered to somebody maybe next door who is not on Medicaid?
Well, potentially under this bill, we get, $300 up to $300 for a transport, where if they had a neighbor that had private insurance, that insurance company's probably, I don't know if it's $500, $600. I'm not sure those exact rates. But as I mentioned to Senator Bidle, it's also dependent on the type of service with the private ambulance, where if it's an advanced life support call, it's going to be a higher rate that's charged.
Well, I could understand that if you're given a higher level of service. Let me ask this. Does the amount of mileage for a given service trip matter, the way you're offering this billing?
Thank you for that. That's a great question. Thank you. In the original, we were working on getting this draft and looking at ideas that was talked about, but honestly, we're trying to get this passed, and we felt like if we added on a mileage thing there too, that would would increase the cost and would possibly result in the whole bill not being favorable. So that was looked at a little bit, the mileage thing, but we didn't put that in this bill. And the other thing that was looked at initially was including the private or commercial ambulances, and we did not put that in this bill. And that was also at request of the State Firemen's Association. So we tried to find a couple of those things that would have kind of blown the cost up and eliminate those and try to focus on the main problem at hand and solve it that way.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for the witness? Okay. Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to Theodore Delbridge, who is designated by Senator Gallion as his lead witness, and he will therefore get 5 minutes. Mr. Delbridge, you
Oh, geez, I didn't prepare 5 minutes worth of stuff. Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and committee members. I'm Dr. Ted Delbridge, and I'm the Executive Director for the Maryland Institute of Emergency Medical Services Systems, or affectionately MEMS. And MEMS is the state agency that's responsible for overseeing and coordinating the state's EMS system. And we do that, among other ways, by licensing and certifying EMS clinicians, or the emergency medical technicians and paramedics in the field, by designating EMS operational programs, those agencies that are authorized to provide emergency medical services, by promulgating clinical protocols that are used statewide by EMS clinicians in the field, and by designating trauma and other specialty care centers. And I'd like to make 4 points. Currently, Medicaid compensates EMS providers at a flat rate, as Senator Gallion mentioned, $100 for transporting a Medicaid beneficiary to a hospital. It doesn't matter how far it was or how long it took. It doesn't matter how much care was required and the expense of consumed supplies and medications. It doesn't matter what the necessary personnel qualifications were to provide the necessary care. Medicaid compensation requires that EMS take the patient to the hospital. Implicitly, then, it encourages a more expensive care, and it doesn't compensate EMS when definitive evaluation or care is provided at the scene without transport. The current rate of $100 in and of itself is outdated. It hasn't been updated since 1999, or a generation ago. It offsets a mere fraction, between 15 and 20% of the actual cost to provide EMS care to a Medicaid beneficiary. Similarly, and this is to answer a question that was asked here a little bit ago, it is approximately 15% on average of what commercial insurers compensate for advanced life support services, and only 25% of what Medicare compensates. Even if $100 was an appropriate approach and an amount in 1999, it would be logical to adjust it to more than $150 merely on the basis of inflation, something the bill puts us on a trajectory to do. So Senate Bill 389 is a modest approach to improving inadequate compensation to those who unselfishly provide care to Medicaid beneficiaries at any time of the day or night, as you all know. And it acknowledges the value of care that is provided regardless of whether or not there is transportation to a hospital emergency department. And for those reasons, MEMS supports Senate Bill 389 and hopes for a favorable report. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Delbridge. We've got Senator Hayes with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Delbridge, the testimony from MDH says that 14 of 105 EMS providers are actually eligible for this. What is the distinction? I guess what I'm trying to figure out, what's the difference? Are the other 80 something or whatever, are they private providers?
No, you're talking about a different effort. We have been working with our MDH partners, to whom we are incredibly grateful, on a project to increase the federal contribution of funding for EMS to make up the federal contribution, the federal portion of the difference between what EMS is currently compensated for through standard Medicaid rates and what agencies can validate as certified public expenditure. And that is the 14 agencies eligible. That's a project that's in the works. It's been ongoing for for about a year maybe, and we're still waiting an affirmative action from the federal Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. What makes somebody eligible for that is the ability to validate that the expenses that they are incurring in providing EMS is a certified public expenditure. And so it doesn't include many of the volunteer fire departments and EMS agencies that Senator Gallion was referring to, only if the expense is public taxpayer supported.
So the point that they were trying to make is they are in the process of trying to find another way to compensate at least a portion of the EMS providers that are providing the service due to federal government.
Yes, and it will affect a portion of the state. And this bill would merely decrease the federal contribution to an agency that qualifies for that by $12.50 in 2022.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair.
You're welcome.
Okay, any additional questions for Mr. Delbridge?
Yeah, I got one.
Okay, Chair Kelly.
In my county, some of the emergency service that goes out from the stations are county-paid employees and county-supported. Others are totally volunteer and they have to buy their own equipment and pay for everything separately. How does this bill reflect that difference in the way the services are funded in the counties?
My understanding is it doesn't. There's no difference. It won't matter whether, so we're talking about Baltimore County, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So it won't matter whether it is a Baltimore County Fire Department unit or I'm escaping a volunteer agency's name, which is embarrassing. But a
Well, the
volunteer
one right at Liberty Road and almost at the Carroll County line. There's one, and I know I go to a lot of fundraisers for them because they have to raise the money for everything, even to buy the engines.
Yeah, well, they would.
That's right.
If this bill was successful and being passed, they or a Baltimore County Fire Department unit would, for the fiscal year 2022, receive $125 for every Medicaid patient they encountered on a 911 call.
But they're so unequal already. And those that are totally volunteer and having to raise their own funds to give a volunteer service to the public, which is something that is life altering, whether you have the service or not, aren't in the same boat as those that the county government is subsidizing and funding and providing for. Why should they end up under this bill getting the same subsidy or the same increase?
Well, my personal perspective on that is they're providing the same service. So the patient in this case is receiving the same service regardless of who is providing that service to him or her. And that is what Medicaid or any insurer would be paying for, the service to the patient. It's agnostic to the construct of the agency that's providing that, and that's the why.
Okay. Any additional questions for Mr. Delbridge? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to the next witness, Court Meinelschmidt from the Washington County Commissioners. Mr. Meinelschmidt.
Hello, thank you very much.
You've got 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. Would like to talk a little bit about the disparity in our neighboring states, what the Medicaid reimburse, and then if it's all right, I'll kind of jump back to some questions that were done so we can fill in some blanks there. But just to let everybody know, Pennsylvania, which for us here in Washington County, it's between West Virginia and Pennsylvania, we're 12 miles apart. So Pennsylvania, if you get an ALS call, it's $350 plus mileage is your reimbursement rate for Medicaid. In West Virginia, just south of us, it's $377.50 for an ALS call. Again, doesn't matter, a Medicaid call. And to show the disparities that we have in Washington County, if we have just above us, Waynesboro, Pennsylvania, if they go from Waynesboro and their second line of duty for our Morgansville station, they come into Morgansville, they pick up a Medicaid patient, bring it to our Meritus Medical Center right here, they're going to get paid the $350. On the exact opposite, if we in Morgansville, which we're second call for Waynesboro, Pennsylvania, go up into Waynesboro and take them to our medical center here in Meritus, that exact same difference, we're only going to get $100 and no mileage. So that's one of the things that we have to look at. Is that disparity in between the states. So we're talking a significant amount of money. One of the questions that I would like to go out, an ALS call with a private insurance, during this discussion, I went out, you're talking about a little over $1,000 plus mileage. They do charge mileage on that if you have private insurance, and we're getting reimbursed $100. Here in Washington County, we have an all volunteer system of EMS, but all of those volunteers, all the volunteer companies have paid EMS personnel. So they're all getting paid individually on the volunteer stations. They've got to raise all of their own funds they have to raise all their funds to buy that equipment. Now the county does subsidize them, but this would be a huge savings, a huge benefit to those companies. One of the things that we looked at is one of our stations, our largest one, right inside Hagerstown. If you went to $100 to $200, so in 4 years, when we get to $200, that's going to increase our funding in that station by just Medicaid calls by about $400,000 is what that would cost. And so when you're looking at, that's a lot of lives, a lot of calls that they're not getting that reimbursement. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the witness? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to the final witness on this bill, Michael Anderson from ACO. Sure. Mr. Sanderson, Michael Sanderson.
Hi. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Michael Sanderson with the Maryland Association of Counties. I think the earlier panelists and the sponsor have hit main points. I just have a couple things to compliment. First, thanks very much to the sponsor of the bill who's been tireless on this issue. This is not a brand new issue. It's been lingering for some time. And I think the gradual approach that's in this bill is awfully sensible. A few points that I think are built around questions and comments that the committee has already had that I hope can be helpful. Number one, please don't lose sight of the element of the bill that is about the treat and release service. I can speak from personal experience in my family. Some years ago, my wife was recovering from a medical procedure. She ended up having some blood sugar issues, compound that. We had 2 EMTs in our home for more than an hour to stabilize her and possibly save her. Without this bill, Medicaid sees that as a non-event. Nothing medical happened because there was no medical facility involved. Those professionals provided service and saved my wife at our home. That's the kind of thing that we ought to properly recognize. And Medicaid is one insurance company that is part of this larger universe, but that you all are the governors of. You guide how that works and what is eligible and appropriate to be compensated through Medicaid. There was an earlier comment in the conversation among the committee members about, are we creating sort of a disparity among payers? I would submit this is the bill that's addressing that disparity among payers. That right now, Medicaid, your insurance program, is the low rate, is the stingy payer compared to other providers. And this bill is trying to address that and to get us closer to a reasonable and level playing field. We're not creating a disparity, we're trying to solve the disparity with this bill. I think the incremental approach here is a good one, and I think you've got a good bill before you on a vexing issue we support.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Any questions for Mr. Sanderson? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 389. We will now turn to Senator Kramer and Senate Bill 79. Senator Kramer, you have unlimited time. That's probably, take that back.
Thank you for having just said that. I had been looking to hold a pretty brief bill introduction here, but now I'd like the opportunity to share with you how my family's doing, how the dogs are, and put that unlimited time to good use. Committee, Ben Kramer here to introduce Senate Bill 79. It actually won't take a whole lot of time because it's a pretty brief, straightforward bill that simply allows an individual who has signed up on a contract with a community solar program or with a retail energy supplier, that when they move to another location, another home within the same service territory of the affected utility, not a different one, but within the same service territory. It allows them the opportunity to simply move the existing contract to the new location so that there is maintenance and continuity of the service. Nothing more complex than that. Otherwise, as things are right now, the individual has to give up the contract they have at their current address and go through whatever the processes are to do that termination, go to their new address and start the process over from Jump Street, which we know is never an easy or pleasurable experience. And at that point also be subject to changes that may not be available that were to them under the initial contract. So it's a very straightforward bill. Let somebody who's moving within the service territory of the utility take their contract with them when they move to their new residence and try to keep life as easy peasy for everyone, including the services, because quite frankly for them, it provides a measure of stability and predictability, knowing that when this person moves, if they want that contract to continue with them, that's exactly what's going to happen. So with that, easy enough. And committee, I'll welcome any questions, but I know there are some folks coming up behind me who would be happy to discuss the bill.
Any questions for Senator Kramer? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to Senator Kramer's designated lead witness, James Feinstein. Mr. Feinstein, I see you there. You've got 5 minutes.
Well, thank you. I'll only need about 2. So thank you, Chair Kelly, Vice Chair Feldman, and esteemed members of the Maryland Senate Finance Committee. And I appreciate this opportunity to testify on this important legislation. As noted, I am James Feinstein, and I am here on behalf of Arcadia, which is the first nationwide energy services platform. We currently have more than 450,000 customers spread across all 50 states, including more than 15,000 in Maryland. We are a market leader managing more than 300 megawatts of residential community solar subscriptions across 7 states. Today, our community solar subscribers average 5 to 10% savings on their monthly energy bills. In Maryland today, a customer who moves to a new service address within the same utility territory loses their community solar subscription through no fault of their own. Their only mistake was that they moved, because there are currently no protections that adequately ensure that a customer who moves has the option to retain their subscription. I'd like to illustrate this problem now with a brief example. Imagine someone who rents an apartment in downtown Bethesda and chose to participate in community solar. They signed up for a project, reviewed the required disclosure form, and have been enjoying 10% savings on their electricity bill for the better part of a year. They later decide to move to an apartment a few blocks away. Under the existing rules, they would be disconnected from their community solar project and would stop receiving the associated savings. If they wanted to reconnect to the project, they would need to re-enroll, queue in a wait list, and then wait for the utility to re-add them to the project before they can receive savings again. This is clearly a bad experience for the customer and not one that they expect. Anyone who signs up and agrees to community solar terms once should have the option to keep those terms with them when they move. This legislation would streamline that process so that same customer would be able to stay connected to their project after they move and continue to receive savings without delay. Thank you for your time. Arcadia asks for a favorable report on Senate Bill 79.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Feinstein? Okay, seeing none. Next witness is David Murray. David, I see you there. You've got 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Vice Chair Feldman. Madam Chairwoman, thank you for this opportunity. For the record, my name is David Murray. I serve as Executive Director for the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association. We represent the solar industry in Maryland, Virginia, and the District of Columbia. We are favorable to this bill and applaud Senator Kramer for his leadership on the community solar initiatives that Maryland has undertaken. This bill, but also the one that's following it, both relate significantly to community solar. And when we talk about community solar, I want you to think about how folks that rent their home, that live under a shaded roof, folks that are low to moderate income and otherwise could not have solar on their roof, how can they benefit from the cost savings from solar energy? And community solar is the answer. These are small, between 15 or so acres, facilities that are located within a particular utility territory and virtually provide power like a rooftop installation would to the residents in that utility territory. And so it's important that we have this program work as effectively and as efficiently as possible. And one statistic that I think is worth highlighting is that approximately 10% of households move each year. When I was in my 20s, I moved at least once a year. And so I can certainly believe that. And so when you consider all that churn, it's really important that we keep customers subscribed to their community solar arrays to make sure that they can continue receiving those cost savings from the community solar array that they have invested in. Finally, I want to note that this is a practice that is adopted in other states. For example, Illinois makes subscription transferability very easy. In the other state that we work in, the state of Virginia, they just passed their first real community solar program last year. In the regulations that were just put out by that state's Public Utility Commission, subscription portability was flagged as a major priority within the regulations. So Maryland would simply be following suit and making sure that the community solar program that was passed in 2015 and subsequently extended in 2019 is successful. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murray. Senator Benson, were you trying to pop in with a question? You're right. You got to unmute yourself.
Yes, indeedy.
Okay.
Let me just ask this question. Are you all as puzzled as I am regarding this bill that's before us? This is unbelievable. Mr. Sponsor of the bill. Why?
Well, Senator, we got to stick with our order.
Let me ask this question to the sponsor. Why do we have this bill here when we should talk to these folks about this? Is a no-brainer, it seems to me. Why do we have this bill here today? This is crazy.
Senator Benson, you and I are like this on that issue, and hopefully we'll see it on the voting list tomorrow. And
please put it on there.
We can knock it out of the park and move on to other far more important things, because this is a simple and easy one, yet here we are. So I'll look forward to holding hands with you tomorrow as we get it passed.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just let me say this real quick.
Yes, sure.
It's really shameful that we have this bill before us. Really is. But let's act on it tomorrow, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Murray? Any questions for the witness, Mr. Murray? Okay. Seeing none, we will go to the next witness, Brian Eckstein or Eckstein. Brian, where are you?
Hi, good afternoon. Okay. Good to be with you all. Chair Kelly, Vice Chair Feldman, pleased to be here to support Senate Bill 79. Thank you, Senator Kramer, for introducing it. My name is Brian Eckstein. You got it right, Vice Chair Feldman. With Forefront Power, a developer of solar energy nationwide, we as a team have an experience of installing a gigawatt of energy across the country and in Maryland. Our CEO, Michael Smith, and Kristen Fushani, our head of legal, both reside in Baltimore. And I'm pleased to announce that I just welcomed my second niece in Summer Spring this morning. So lots of ties to Maryland. We are leading in community solar, both in Maryland and across the country. We are really excited about community solar as a way to democratize access to solar energy. whether a household owns their home or not, whether or not they have sufficient solar or radiance on their roof. Community solar is a solution for consumers to access cost-saving solar energy. This bill, as we've heard from Senator Benson, is a no-brainer. It's consumer-friendly. It follows with best practices in all consumer-facing products, whether it's a cellular phone bill, a magazine subscription. Taking subscriptions with you should be as easy as updating your address, and that's the aim of the bill. As noted in my written testimony, there is already a regulatory requirement that companies such as my own must provide for portability of a community solar subscription. And the purpose of the bill is simply to align utility practice with that intent and best practice. And again, our main goal here is to reduce burdens for consumers so that they can equally and readily access solar energy. So with that, thank you for your time, and ask for a favorable report out in Senate Bill 79. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Eckstein? Okay, seeing none, the final witness on this bill is John Fiastro. John, you're playing cleanup. You got 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you very much. For the record, John Fiastro here on behalf of my client, Arcadia. We want to thank Senator Kramer again for sponsoring the bill. As mentioned by previous witnesses, it is a no-brainer, an easy fix. It's unfortunate that we have to come here today and deal with this work, but we're glad to do it. And we ask the committee for a favorable report. I'm here for any questions. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Fiastro? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 79. We're going to go to the next bill, Senator Kramer, Senate Bill 407, and I won't say you have unlimited time this time. So Senator Kramer, Senate Bill 407.
As he's starting, were you sending me a message a few minutes ago? Did you need a break?
No, I'm good. We're good.
Oh, no, okay.
I'm going. Let's roll on through. Senator Kramer, Senate Bill 407.
And just for everyone's edification, I'm doing great as well. And I don't need a break. And before I introduce the bill, I will just take a note of personal privilege to say that it is a rare day indeed when you can see daylight between Senator Benson and myself on the issues that come before this committee. We are partners, and I always have the utmost and greatest respect for the good senator. And now, quickly moving on, Senate Bill 407 committee that's before you is staying on the theme of community solar. Community solar is the great equalizer in providing opportunities for all of our residents to take advantage of solar technology to reduce their carbon footprint and indeed be participants in our efforts to fight back against the climate crisis. This is another simple and easy bill. We have right now a cap in place that limits the amount of the net energy metering that we have at the moment. And pardon me, that's at 1,500 watts. The purpose of this bill is to raise that cap to 3,000, megawatts. And we are not bumping up against that ceiling yet, but we are finding that sort of like a snowball, the community solar programs have begun to pick up pace, and then they're picking up, exponentially growing and growing and growing faster. The purpose of this bill is, one, to continue to foster that growth by signaling that Maryland is open and welcome to growing our community solar generation programs, number one, to keep building that, But two, as we are moving so very quickly at this point, it's raise the cap, provide the opportunity to leave that space now so we don't find ourselves suddenly in a position of we're hitting up against the ceiling and we can't do anything until legislatively that cap is raised. If in the interim, we're not hitting the ceiling, no harm, no foul. Not an issue. So we're simply saying we put an artificial cap in place. We are seeing the progress that community solar is making. Let's bump the cap up to something that will accommodate that future development. Other than our good friends in the utility industry, I'm not aware of anyone anywhere that has any regrets, hesitations, or concerns about this. And as I said, this is our opportunity to give everyone, regardless of income, regardless of where they live, to participate in all the benefits of renewable energy and solar use. So with that, committee, I thank you very much. And I believe there are some folks coming up behind me to discuss the bill. Thank you.
Okay, before we go to Senator Kramer's panel, any questions for Senator Kramer himself? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to Senator Kramer's designated number one witness, Leslie Elder. Miss Elder, you've got 5 minutes because you've been designated Senator Kramer's star witness.
Excellent, thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on SB 407. I'm Leslie Elder, the Mid-Atlantic Director for the Coalition for Community Solar Access, where I am charged with implementing and maintaining community solar markets in Maryland, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. CCSA is a national coalition of businesses and nonprofits working together to implement best practices for community solar markets. Our mission is to empower all Maryland households and businesses that seek homegrown energy sources through community solar. We work with customers, utilities, local stakeholders, allies, and policymakers like yourself to develop and implement best practices that ensure community solar programs provide a win-win-win solution. And that solution begins with the customers. Our members are solar industry leaders that are engaged at every step of the development, ensuring these best practices are not theoretical, but are applied in practice. We have members headquartered in Maryland and others who are also investing here. Today, nearly 75% of American households and businesses do not have access to solar energy because they either rent, live in multi-tenant buildings, or have roofs that are unable to host a solar system. Community solar provides anyone who pays an electricity bill equal access to the economic and environmental benefits associated with solar energy without the need to install a solar system on site. It expands access to solar for all by providing energy choice to customers and injecting critical economic stimulus into our local communities. In Maryland, this body has chosen community solar as the product to provide clean and renewable energy to low and moderate income families who are traditionally left out of this new emerging economy. CCSA strongly is supportive of this legislation and is proud to partner with the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association on this issue. As an industry, our members are grateful to Senator Kramer for his strong leadership on community solar, just like his last bill that we're also supportive of. In Maryland, the systems are eligible for net metering, have to be less than 2 megawatts. And this is the case with community solar projects. Maryland utilities and cooperatives are required to allow all eligible customers to net meter until that total capacity of net metered systems in Maryland reaches 1,500 megawatts. Now, recently, the Public Service Commission released a report on the status of net metering in the state of Maryland, and it recommended that the General Assembly look for ways to expand that net metering cap before the current cap is reached. Now, Senator Kramer's bill does exactly that. It raises the net metering cap from 1,500 megawatts to 3,000 megawatts giving this legislation the opportunity to move forward and also gives the PSC ample opportunity to review, regulate, implement this expansion before the current net metering cap is reached. Increasing the net metering cap will provide critical economic investments into Maryland and local municipalities through job creation, increased tax revenues, and critical cost savings to Maryland customers. This investment decreases the demand for importing dirty energy sources from neighboring states like Pennsylvania, and ultimately will lead to Maryland becoming an energy independent state. More local solar means more direct and indirect benefits to communities, such as jobs, economic development, increased resilience, and more equitable access to the benefits of renewable energy. By scaling and optimizing local solar at the distribution level, which is closer to the customer load, we don't have to over-rely on the most expensive parts of the transmission systems. These cost-effective opportunities reshape the load, reducing bulk power system cost and soothing the volatility and variation in the load across the system. This allows a more efficient overall allocations of investments and better utilization of grid assets. Leveraging local solar for all will help Maryland achieve its unique energy demands and avoid costly distribution system investments. Senator Kramer's SB 407 will help put Maryland on track to achieve these goals. Thank you for your time and consideration. We hope that we can count on your support.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Elder, any questions for the witness? Okay, Senator Hershey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Leslie, you had mentioned the PSC's comments. I also read MEA's letter of information on this. They say that we are currently, as of June 2019, at 754 megawatts of deployed community solar or net metered systems installed. That's about 50% of the cap. Do you have updated information that would lead us to believe that we're getting any closer, or we're much closer, that we would have to think about raising that cap this year?
Yeah, so with the number of systems that are coming into the queue, and I will also defer a lot of this to David Murray, who has more insight into the solar industry as a whole. But as the number of projects that are into the queue, we are accelerating the industry as a whole, and community solar is just one piece of that larger puzzle. So as we are growing, we want to make sure that we have the ability to grow the solar industry, and then we were going to get closer to that cap. So
okay, but we're not at 1,200 right now, or 1,300 megawatts and 1,450 megawatts that we really need this right now. I mean, do you know what the number is that we're at?
So I believe that we're close to 1,100, but the whole indication of this is that we want to make sure we give enough opportunity for the projects that are into the queue, and also the opportunity for the PSC to regulate this without having the two collide at the same time. So we don't want to hit that cap, but also not be able to implement the legislation.
And if I may, Senator Hershey, my understanding is that we're much closer, and these numbers do vary. I'm not sure anyone has an exact handle on it. Much closer to 900 at the moment. And the PSC has acknowledged that maybe by as early as just 2 years from now, we may be hitting close to that, or excuse me, from when this bill goes into effect, that we'll be hitting close to that cap. So,
okay.
So that's the point.
Right. Okay, thanks. The PSC also mentioned that we should be considering the cost implications of net metering before we considered raising the cap. Isn't that right?
Are you directing that? Ms. Elder's the witness on the table, so let's.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ms. Elder. Correct, Leslie.
To Leslie
yeah.
Elder here.
Sure. So one of the things that I would argue is that through the net metering process, you're actually decreasing the cost because of the way that these facilities are coming online. So just as I was saying in my testimony, you're not utilizing the most expensive parts of the grid. So you're diversifying the cost itself. And over time, those costs to the consumers are going to come down.
Okay. Well, I think we're going to have the investor-owned utilities say a little bit of the opposite of that. In fact, many states are already re-looking at their net metering regulations right now, Vermont being, one of the more prominent states. Maybe I'll wait till David provides his testimony and then I'll follow up with some questions there. I'm sure he's aware.
Okay, David Murray's the next witness. You won't have to wait.
Yeah,
for long. Any,
I can wait for him. Okay.
okay.
Thanks very much.
Any additional questions for Leslie Elder before we move to Mr. Murray? Okay, thank you, Leslie, for your testimony. We're going to go to David Murray. David, you got 2.5 minutes, and then sounds like Senator Hershey's going to have some question for you.
Great. Thank you, Vice Chair Feldman, Madam Chair. Again, for the record, David Murray with the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association. I also want to emphasize that this bill benefits every solar customer that sits behind the meter. It's not just community solar customers, which we discussed both in the last bill, but it's also rooftop solar, it's parking canopies, it's commercial solar, anything that can offset a customer's load on site. And so for that reason, it's very important to the distributed solar industry, especially I know as the state really wants to optimize the amount of solar that we can put on rooftops, brownfields like we have with the community solar program, in other ways. There was a earlier discussion on where we are right now in the current net metering cap. Following the Public Service Commission's latest report on net metering, in July, they cited 846 megawatts out of the 1,500 megawatts have been consumed by the cap. I would estimate that, since the report's publishing, we've had a number of community solar facilities, rooftop facilities come online. We're probably in that 900 range, like Senator Kramer noted earlier. But it's worth looking at the queue right now. So as my colleague Leslie pointed out, we have about 390 megawatts of community solar yet to be constructed in Maryland that was part of the community solar pilot program. So when we consider these facilities have a longer development cycle, and commercial projects, industrial projects take a long time to develop. In fact, I have a number of members that are waiting for a year from a response from counties for inspections and permits on their commercial and industrial projects. It's really important that we give those projects runway and insight into their development such that raising the net metering cap would provide them that certainty and that runway for doing so. And so that's why I think we really need to listen to the Public Service Commission in their latest report, which suggested that the General Assembly take a hard look at the current cap and the existing programs and consider expanding upon it in order to meet the needs of the distributed solar industry. And finally, I can also talk about the benefits that distributed solar provides to the grid, not only to the customers, but offsets the need for additional transmission and generation infrastructure. In my written testimony, I linked to a number of meta studies that looked at net metering nationwide and in various states and showed the array of benefits that it provides to all customers, not just those who have solar behind the meter. And with that, I'll yield the rest of my time to questions. Thank you.
Senator Hershey, did you have a question for Mr. Murray?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, David, what I understood as well when the PSC said based on the volume that's in the queue, it may be time to raise the cap, but I also understood that they say it's time to evaluate and consider the cost before doing that. And I don't see that this bill does that. And the reason I ask that is many people will say that net metering or net energy metering really just benefits the wealthy. It benefits those that have the capability of having solar power on their house, or they live in places where that can occur because they're not paying their fair share of the distribution costs. And that net metering, in a sense, burdens most ratepayers unfairly because now they're having to pay above market rates due to the net metering customers. So I'm not the only one that thinks that. Again, I think what we're going to hear from the investor-owned utilities come up and say that the more we increase net metering, the bigger burden that's going to put on all the other ratepayers that are having to absorb those distribution costs. And we've seen other states, and I mentioned earlier, Vermont being one of them. You know, before the COVID, when we were going out and going to some of these energy conferences, we've talked to legislators from other states. There seems to be a bigger push on reevaluating net metering to see what these costs really are and how they're affecting all the other ratepayers. Can you elaborate on that at all?
Sure, and I would gladly point you to my written testimony, which has those meta studies of the cost incurred to ratepayers. And we've heard the cost shift narrative brought up a number of times, in particular by the Edison Electric Institute and others that continue to perpetrate this kind of myth, because when you account for offsetting distribution infrastructure, offsetting transmission infrastructure, as well as the environmental and social benefits that behind the meter solar provides, you really see a net benefit. Now, when you get into much higher penetrations of solar energy into that 15% range, that's when you should start looking at alternatives. We incorporate storage and greater incentives for electric vehicles and battery storage, but Maryland's not there yet. And to your other point about low-income customers, I really think that the community solar program is best suited to ensure that the benefits of solar energy reach low to moderate income customers. And I think that that's why this program is really central to highlighting how net metering can benefit low to moderate income customers, as well as the Maryland Clean Energy Jobs Act, which had provisions in there to ensure that low to moderate income customers were able to access solar as well in distributed projects.
Yep, but David, as we increase the amount of distributed generation projects, isn't that putting a strain on the distribution system that's already in place, and utilizing that system? Isn't that accurate?
It would vary.
Because when you said that we're offsetting some of the benefits, and if that's true, and if there are less costs because of that, well, that benefits all ratepayers. But the net metering, in a sense, when somebody has solar on their house, they're away all day, they're generating electricity, they're pumping it into the grid, and if in effect the grid is storing that energy for them. Then they come back at night when solar's not working, they turn on their switches, and that energy comes back to them from the grid. In a sense, they've utilized that grid as their storage system without paying for it, because they get credited at the full retail rate for anything that they create, right?
One of the most expensive parts of our energy generating system is peak power, right? It's when everyone has the lights on and we're using a lot of electronics. Utilities are going to run their least cost resources first, and then the peak generation to meet peak load is going to be the most expensive. Now, when you have a number of facilities with solar on them, you're able to reduce that peak power significantly. And so that's another mechanism how we end up saving money, by reducing peak load. Therefore, if a number of customers use solar energy or adopt efficient practices, they're able to offset the larger costs on the grid.
All right, finally, my last question, Mr. Chair. Again, going back to what the PSC says, that we should take a look at the cost and how it's affecting all ratepayers. In a sense, net meter socializes these cost benefits that some of the solar users have, others are paying for it. Other states are looking at scaling back on net metering. Do you think we should, prior to increasing this cap, request that the PSC, in a sense, do what they say and evaluate what the costs of these consumers are?
So the PSC has taken a look at the value of solar energy. In the 2019 Value of Solar report, they've quantified the value that both utility scale and distributed solar provides to the state. And they came up with figures that account for a lot of the metrics that we've just discussed here. And so if your question relates to battery storage and ancillary services and other forms of grid modernization and how we can better account for electric vehicles as well as battery storage, and really ensure that all of these different technological deployment will be taken into account. I think that the PSC can certainly take a look at it, but in terms of quantifying the value of distributed solar, I would point to that 2019 value of solar report that Daymark put out on behalf of the Public Service Commission.
Okay, and would you agree that other states are evaluating this right now and some are scaling back net metering?
Other states have certainly gone to net metering 2.0, net metering 3.0. 38 states plus the District of Columbia have some sort of net metering policy, but that is correct. People or different jurisdictions are looking at ways to better incentivize distributed energy deployment, battery storage, energy efficiency in ways that the traditional net metering may not necessarily capture.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks, David.
Any other questions for Mr. Murray? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to the next witness, Francis Uhas. Francis, I see you there. You've got 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members and Senator Kramer. Yes, this is a very important bill. My name is Francis Uhas. I'm a lifelong Maryland resident and have been working in the solar energy industry for 15 years now. Since 2005, I'm a project manager representing Turning Point Energy. I'm also a board member of the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association, formerly known as MBVCA, and I'm a Maryland co-chair for the Coalition for Community Solar Access, and we are very much in support of this bill. As a project developer, we've been very successful in developing community solar projects in the first 3 years of the Community Solar Pilot Program. And it's critical to our business in Maryland that we see meaningful expansion of the net metering program in order to continue investment in the state. An investment that specifically provides benefits to the communities in the form of economic development, job creation, increased property tax revenue for the counties, as well as the electricity cost savings to the ratepayers like you and I. And just as any business, we must evaluate, the investment, the commitment that we make to consider to continue to invest in businesses in Maryland. And as a resident, I would like to continue to work here in Maryland rather than going to Pennsylvania or Virginia, which are very viable and favorable solar markets. So if you add certainty to the market by increasing the net metering cap, solar companies will make a commitment to invest in the Maryland market and ensure that projects get built to support Maryland's ambitious renewable energy goals. So we need that certainty to build that project pipeline to contribute to that RPS, and therefore kind of get off, this nudge that we're in with regarding to get more projects built in order to meet that RPS. It's been a little bit sluggish, but as David said, given all that we have now in the pipeline, we'd like to continue to do that. And with that certainty of the net metering cap being increased, we'll have a smoother, deployment of projects rather than these fits and starts. So with that, our enthusiasm is high. As it is, I've been doing this for 15 years. I would love everybody to have the opportunity that I have. I have a little 3.2 kilowatt project on my roof since 2005. I was an early technology adopter, and community solar provides access to solar energy and all of the benefits that come with it to everyone. It makes it's access to everyone. And that's, I think, the benefit of increasing the net metering cap and allowing these projects along with the rooftop solar projects to proliferate. So thank you very much, and please support the increase.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Uhas? Okay, seeing none. The final witness on the favorable panel would be Colby Ferguson from the Maryland Farm Bureau. Colby?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Colby Ferguson on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau, and we're in support of this bill as well. And probably for the different reasons than what you've heard so far. It's primarily been focused on community solar, but also the on-farm solar projects that would go to offset the energy use on these larger operations would fall under the net metering as well. And some of the issues that we see is when you look at the 14.5% in-state solar carve-out that's in the that's in law, that's roughly 9,000 megawatts. And we have a 1,500 megawatt cap. And so when we hit that cap, the rest of that, so if nothing changes, 7,500 megawatts or roughly would have to go in commercial solar to meet our goal. And that would not be community solar, that would not be rooftop. So that's the purpose. You know, this thing is growing. It's really ramped up over the last couple of years at a roughly about a 9% increase from 2019 to 2020 as far as the megawatt that went in. I think we were roughly around 840 megawatts. That was up 9% from 2019. And that is going to increase as these community solar projects come on. So my guess is if you look at the 2019 report from PPRP, they thought we would hit 1,500 megawatts at about 2025. And even in that 2019 report, they even said that legislators should start looking at whether to increase that cap or not. And that's been 2 years ago. So I think it's time to look at this and make the decision on whether to increase this cap. We're going to get solar in this state, whether it's going to gobble up all of our farmland through commercial solar, or if we're going to try to evenly distribute it and rooftop and keep the other pieces in place. So we support this cap increase and hope that this will move forward and keep a balance so it's not just taking over farmland with commercial solar.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ferguson. I may have missed Senator Augustine. I'm not sure if, I know Senator Augustine has a question. I'm not sure if it was for Mr. Ferguson or our prior witness, Ms. Uhas. So Senator Augustine, either one, I may have missed, skipped over you. So you've got.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Feldman. I just, you know, I've listened obviously to how we socialize, you know, these costs for community solar and I also see where we're talking about the increases. My question, even starting to answer it a little bit, I've only been here now, this is my 3rd year, and every year it's about to happen the next year. And so I was curious what the progress has been since, you know, 2017, 2018, and where we are steadily increasing the ask for capacity in these different areas, but it just doesn't seem that the supply is kind of keeping up with that. And so I'm just curious.
Were you directing that, Malcolm, at a particular witness? Or?
Well, I mean, Mr. Ferguson was sort of hitting on it.
Okay, so
yeah,
Mr. Ferguson, if you can, you want to take
But if he's not able, somebody else, it's fine.
Okay.
Well, I just, I'm going to do a little cheat sheet here. I'm looking at the fiscal note right now of this bill, and it talks about how the net metering capacity limit would, based on the way the DLS looks at it, that we'd hit about 2024, 2025 at the rate that it's going right now, 823 megawatts out of the 1,500 as of June 30th, with a 9% increase over the previous year. So basically, it really looks like that, you know, we're at a point now where if you didn't do it this year, and I haven't looked to see exactly when this bill would go into effect, but if we didn't do it this year, we're going to be pushing, especially as if you've got 300 megawatts of community solar in the pipeline already. Those projects are built way easier and way faster than a big commercial use is, because they use distributive, where they go on a distribution line, versus the big commercial ones go on to a transmission line. So it's a much more difficult process. The Public Service Commission process is much more time consuming. And so the large commercial ones that take hundreds of acres take a little longer to come online. The community solar ones that take up 10 to 20 acres, they tend to be a little bit quicker in their makeup.
Thank you.
Hope that helps.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions for either Mr. Ferguson or anybody else? Okay, that I think completes the favorables. We've got 2 witnesses signed up unfavorable. We're going to start with Ivan Lanier. Ivan, you've got 2.5 minutes. You are signed up unfavorable.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chair?
We can hear you.
Good afternoon. Mr. Vice Chair, Senator Kelly, Chair Kelly, and other members of the committee. Ivan K. Lanier, State Affairs Manager for PHI on behalf of PEPCO under Marvel Power. PEPCO and Delmarva Power support clean energy policies and the state's goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions and advancing clean energy technologies like distributed solar. However, the background, I think the numbers have been talked about in terms of what the current lit cap or the current megawatt usage is in Maryland is 846 from our numbers as of November 2020. And that was in the report for net energy metering by the Public Service Commission to the General Assembly. So that's about approximately 56% of the 1,500 megawatt cap and approximately 10% of the statewide peak electric demand. Per PSC report, if current rates of installation continue, cap would be reached in 2024, 2025. Currently, 3 to 4 years before the cap would be reached. Net energy metering provides the full retail credit of energy exports to the grid up to the level of customer consumption. Annual value of net excess generation is equal to retail. So our position is in opposition. As you see from our testimony, we don't think there's a need to increase and double the megawatt cap for net energy metering at this time. The cap is not likely to be reached until 2024 or 2025, according to the PSC. And per the commission report of November 2020, it is prudent to examine solar best practices across the US. Sufficient time exists for such a review prior to making this policy change and increasing the net energy metering limit. Maryland net metering rules first adopted were in 1997. That's 24 years ago. So much has changed since that time. Some of the major changes include a dramatic decline in the cost of solar installation. According to the Solar Energy Institute Association, over the last decade, solar installation costs have declined by 70%. Changes to the wholesale electricity market. And on September 17th, 2020, FERC issued order number 2222, which presents new market conditions and a shifting policy landscape around solar. FERC 2022 provides an additional revenue stream for solar and other distributed energy resources in the wholesale market. Implementation of FERC 2022 will not occur until the summer of 2021 at the earliest. Maryland should consider the impact of this FERC order on available revenue streams and further solar development, supporting the need to take a pause in expanding the program that is not near saturation point. Existing Maryland net energy metering policies continue to shift the cost of net energy metering to all customers. Additionally, the cost of shifting was previously subject to years of debate and ultimately the legislature. Okay, well then let me just finally say that we, PEPCO and Delmarva Power, agree with the Maryland Commission that it is necessary to thoroughly evaluate the best way to encourage adoption of solar prior to doubling the existing net metering cap and shifting costs to other Maryland electricity customers. And for the above reasons, we ask for an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 407.
Okay, thank you. Senator Kramer, I saw your, I think somebody's off mute. Senator Kramer, did you have a question? I saw your hand raised earlier.
Well, it occurred to me that I believe Mr. Charles Washington is here to, unless I'm mistaken, testify. So I will reserve my questions.
Okay.
To his. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Lanier before we turn to Mr. Washington, who will be the final witness of the day? Okay, seeing none, Charles Washington signed up unfavorable. You are the final witness on this bill, and you've got 2.5 minutes.
Thanks, Vice Chair Feldman, Chair Kelly, and members of the Senate Finance Committee, and hello, Senator Kramer. My name is Charles Washington here on behalf of BGE in respectful opposition to Senate Bill 407. I'm calling a bit of an audible on my testimony because I was surprised to hear so much about community solar in this hearing. This bill is not about community solar. It's not about limited income customers. It's a one-page bill, and if you take a quick look, I promise that you won't see the words community solar or low income anywhere in it. BGE would welcome the opportunity to discuss and even to partner on legislation to actually connect low-income customers to community solar, but this ain't that. This bill is about net energy metering more generally, the great majority of which is rooftop solar on individual homes and commercial properties. And there's nothing wrong with that. We appreciate the sponsor's effort to begin the conversation on the future of net energy metering and the advocates' interest in doubling the aggregate statewide cap on net energy metering from 1,500 megawatts to 3,000 megawatts. We just say it's premature to make such a drastic shift. In all of the years since the General Assembly established net energy metering and the existing cap, Maryland has just barely crossed the halfway mark, 864 megawatts out of the 1,500 megawatt cap, just over halfway in all those years. And even at the current accelerated pace, it'll be years before the state reaches the cap, which gives Maryland a great opportunity, a tremendous opportunity to deliberate and to prepare for what comes next. Each year, just before the General Assembly convenes, the Public Service Commission is required to provide the body a status update on the state's net energy metering program. Now, despite what you heard earlier in this hearing, the commission absolutely did not recommend increasing the cap. I'll read you what the commission did recommend, which is that the General Assembly examine alternative options in comparison with traditional net metering policies to determine the best solutions available for the state. The commission urged evaluation of alternative options. We have not done that yet. Later today, I'll forward a copy of the PSC's report to the committee, just so that we can be sure that everyone has had an opportunity to see it. BGE agrees that now is the time to consider both net energy metering and alternative options. And to be sure, one component of net energy metering that deserves additional consideration is the cross subsidy that's been discussed a little bit thus far in this hearing. Just to clear it all up, net energy metering allows customers who can afford the capital costs of mostly rooftop generation. All right.
Okay. Why don't you wrap
I'll
up?
say
Why don't
this.
you just do a quick wrap up and then we'll take questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. What I'll say is that, you know, those transmission and distribution costs are subsidized by non-participants who disproportionately tend to be lower income customers. It's important that we look at that as we consider what comes next. And so for all these reasons, we respectfully recommend an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 407.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Washington. Question, Senator Kramer, did you have your question now? Senator Kramer.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Charles, delightful to see you again today. You and I were involved in a presentation just yesterday. Charles, to your point that this has nothing to do with community solar because the words community solar are not mentioned in this one-page bill. And by the way, normally I have people up in arms when they get a bill that's pages and pages. I've never seen someone get up in arms or had someone because it was a one-page bill. But having said that, is it not a fact that community solar provides an opportunity for low-income residents of our state to participate in the energy reductions that solar panels provide so that you don't have to be the wealthiest who live in a big house and can afford to put solar panels on your roof? Would that be an accurate statement? Yes or no, sir?
What I'd say is that it creates an opportunity that is unmet, right? That is unrealized. I think that if we look at
what I'm asking you, does it provide an opportunity for lower income residents to participate in the benefits of renewable energy and solar energy?
Senator, I hear your question. And my answer is that not every opportunity is realized. And this one is an example of an opportunity that has not successfully bridged that gap for low income customers. And for years, actually, BGE has been looking for partners, especially with the advocates for community solar, to actually bridge low-income customers.
Thank you. Yes, I know our fossil fuel industry is doing just right by the people of not only the state, but the rest of the planet. And I'm ever so grateful to the fossil fuel industry, including your employer, for that. But I will proffer that this does provide that missing opportunity. So it's not just the wealthy that can benefit from renewable energy. But moving on from that, whether we agree to disagree on that or not, is community solar under the existing cap?
Yes, it is a minority of the projects under the existing cap.
Thank you. Thank you. I know you're going to give us your commentary to try to offset the legitimacy of the questions I'm asking, and I appreciate that. I know how the game is played. So the answer is yes. So that, in fact, despite your representations to the committee, by raising this cap, by virtue of the fact that community solar is underneath it, and community solar is how we are going to expand opportunities for our low-income residents to participate, then yes, raising the cap does directly impact community solar. Ivan, let me ask you this question real fast, if I may, talking about, are there, states that are pulling back or making changes? Would you know whether there are any states that have no metering caps at all, no net metering caps of any kind in the country?
Senator, there's one I'm familiar with, and that's Washington, D.C. That's the only one I'm familiar with.
And if I were to represent to you that number is actually 15 states have actually no net metering cap at all, would that be meaningful to you when you're looking at this and going, okay, Maryland has this nominal cap in place, and now we're looking to elevate it because there is acknowledgement that this is a market that is growing very fast. And for those of us, by the way, who are concerned about the future of our planet and the use of the fossil fuels that are earned by those folks who are employing those of you who oppose the bill, that it is important to try to provide that opportunity that the solar industry knows. Maryland is open for business. They can be making plans to come in here because we have risen.
We want to, let's not get, I want to debate the bill, like, in the hearing. I mean, that.
Well, there was a question in there, but I guess it got a little bit lost.
Okay, yeah. Let's stick to questions. We'll leave the voting session for the debate of the bill.
And I appreciate that. Yes, thank you for that. Thank you. And I think I'm pretty good at the moment. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Washington? We've got Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I have two questions for Charles, if I could. If we were trying to stop this cost shift from the rich to the poor, where the rich are benefiting because they have the capability of buying the infrastructure and taking advantage of net metering, could we potentially limit any new allowance for net metering so that it only applies to the LMI community? Would that focus this bill a little bit more on community solar, which everyone seems to be so interested in?
Yeah, I do think that language would make the bill much more about limited income customers.
Right. And do you, just in speaking about, do you have any idea what the cost of the subsidy is that we see through net metering?
Yeah, so BGE is kind of run those numbers. And what we find is that at the current level, the annual cost subsidy, cross subsidy is about $60 million for residential customers. So about $18 a year on average for our residential customers. If we went to 3,000 megawatts, our estimate is that the cross subsidy would increase to about $210 million. Sorry, if we went to 3,000 and achieved the cap, it go to about $210 million, which would be about $67 a year for the average residential customer.
Of people that are not on net metering, not getting the benefits of net metering, would end up having to pay, so those very few could enjoy net metering.
Yeah, what that would do, that would be the $67 a year that a non-net energy metering customer would pay to pay for the poles and the wires for all those customers who avoid the costs for poles and wires by having solar generation on their roof.
Quite expensive. Okay, thank you very much.
Any additional questions? Senator Kramer, and again, questions, not.
Yes, perfect, because it's on this very topic. Let me ask you, and I do appreciate that this is the utility company's calculations as to what these costs are. What has been the utilities calculations as to the significant reduction in peak demand that saves everybody money across the board, socialized savings to everyone because of the use of renewable energy, the solar? What is the savings for everybody?
That's a good question. I don't have those numbers with me today. Happy to follow up with you, Senator.
All right. Coincidentally, we've got numbers for one side, but we don't have them for the other. But all right, I thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate. Charles, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for Mr. Washington? Okay, seeing none, I believe that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 407. And now we're going to turn to the first of two bills from Senator Augustine, starting with Senate Bill 392. Senator Augustine, 392, and you've got unlimited time.
Thank you, Vice Chair Feldman, Chair Kelly, and members of the committee. Senate Bill 392 is an emergency bill authorizing a utility company as defined to adopt a limited income mechanism to benefit an eligible limited income customer subject to the approval of the Public Service Commission and other specified requirements. Colleagues, we are real fortunate to have strong federal, state, and charitable energy programs for low-income individuals who you have heard me talk extensively about in our committee. But we do not have is utility-sponsored programs, as are available in 31 other states. Now, this is enabling legislation that would provide a utility-based tool for the needs of low-income Marylanders, specifically individuals whose income is at 175% of the federal poverty level, in keeping with our state and federal programs for energy, and for Marylanders 67 or older who are at or below 200% of the federal poverty level. This bill updates Section 4503, Public Utility Article, with language that enables an exemption to allow for eligible limited income customers through an approved limited income mechanism, as was defined earlier, to provide their services at a different rate, as is required with regard to rate discrimination. And so this is necessary in order to allow them to do that. Colleagues, the PSC submitted a letter of information, and I'd like to address some of what they said about the lack of specificity. That's intentional. I've reviewed the myriad number of utility-based programs across the country, and they have come up with a variety of solutions that meet the needs of their customers. And I would suggest to you, or I would say to you, that we should do the same in Maryland. Ultimately, the PSC maintains the authority in this legislation to approve the rate, and I think that that is an important safeguard that I absolutely support. Now, with regard to the costs that the PSC noted, constraints, they talked about costs and constraints of doing this of $150,000 per year that will be reallocated to utilities, which is a small price to pay to help our neighbors who are most in need of assistance. Colleagues, this is a good bill. We prioritize and socialize energy costs. We prioritize and socialize energy costs in big numbers for other priorities. And this will provide a tool to utilities to prioritize Marylanders who need it most. You often hear me talk about my constituents making decisions between paying for medicine or paying for their heat. We need as many tools as possible to support our neighbors. And for this reason, I ask for a favorable report.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Any questions for Senator Augustine about Senate Bill 392? Okay. Senator did not designate a number one witness, so everybody will be given 2.5 minutes We've got two witnesses. The first is Allison Black, signed up favorable. Allison, you have 2.5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Feldman, Madam Chair Kelly, and members of the committee. My name is Allison Black Woodson. I'm here on behalf of Baltimore Gas and Electric, also known as BGE, in support of Senate Bill 392, Electricity and Gas Limited Income Mechanisms. BGE supports this bill because it's good policy. It is policy that can make a meaningful difference in the lives of our customers, specifically those customers that have income at or below 175% of the federal poverty level, who qualify for energy assistance due to financial constraints, but too often do not seek assistance. Under current law, with limited exception, utilities are prevented from offering special rates or rebates or refunds to customers unless those privileges are extended to all persons under similar circumstances. Essentially, utilities are not allowed to offer limited income customers different rates in an effort to address assistance needs. This bill would clarify state law to provide that the Public Service Commission has the authority to review and approve utility managed programs to support limited income customers. According to the United States Department of Health and Human Services, as Senator Augustine stated, at least 31 states offer these type of programs for their customers. These states include Illinois and New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Ohio, New York, and our neighbors, Virginia, as well as Washington, D.C. So these 31 states have taken the steps to proactively address the energy assistance needs for limited income customers. And this legislation gives Maryland the opportunity to do the same. Such programs may take different shapes, recognizing that different communities have different needs. In reviewing the programs offered in other states, some of them offer discounted rates for their limited income customers. Other utilities offer a flat credit or a rebate for specific charges on the utility bill. And others offer have a limited income percentage on the customer's energy bills. With the diversity of solutions available to assist customers based on their specific needs, we appreciate that the program that works well in Baltimore City may not necessarily work in Western Maryland or the Eastern Shore. Senate Bill 392 removes the statutory hurdle to these types of limited income programs and leaves it to the commission to determine how these programs will be designed to meet the needs of these customers. BGE recognizes the challenges that our customers and our communities are facing in the wake of COVID-19, and we are committed to doing our part to support our customers. We see this bill as a vehicle to provide immediate and long-term support to our customers who we know are facing financial pressures. For these reasons, we do support Senate Bill 392, and we do respectfully request your favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Black? Senator Hershey, we'll go to Senator Klossmeyer. Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Chair. Allison, just make sure I understand this. If the PSC and decided to provide a lower rate case to a certain population, would that mean that they would have to, in a sense, also raise a rate base for another population?
No, they wouldn't have to raise a rate base for another population. They would just have the opportunity to change the rate for that limited income population. So it wouldn't result in an increase for another another group in terms of their rate.
So who absorbs the cost if one population is paying less as a result of this? Who absorbs the cost differential? The utility company?
So it would go through the standard process that we see now. It would likely be socialized amongst ratepayers. We just had a conversation with the previous bill where we talked about the fact that there are programs where you may have the benefit for a particular group that is paid by the other ratepayers. In this instance, we believe that this is for the benefit of our customers who are in the most need.
Okay, so if you say socialized over a different group, in a sense, their cost would have to go up to accommodate the lower cost for a different group. That's what socialized costs are, right?
Right, but it wouldn't be where we are requesting a rate shift for that group of customers.
You wouldn't ask for a higher rate, but you would be able to recover those costs in a rate-based scenario. Okay, tell me why this is necessary and why don't we just use the programs like OHEP that are already in place?
Sure. So when it comes to supporting limited income customers, it is not a one-size-fits-all approach. A program, as I stated, a program that's designed for customers in Baltimore City may not fit what a utility has observed is needed for their customer base in Western Maryland or the Eastern Shore. So this bill does allow utilities to factor in those differences to propose a program that the commission can consider. Also, we know that Maryland struggles in terms of getting the assistance to our eligible customers that they need. Only 26% of our eligible customers are receiving assistance through OHEP. This bill would allow utilities which are in regular contact with our customers to design and promote a program that we think would help bridge that gap between those that are currently receiving the assistance and those that are eligible that just don't make the outreach to receive the assistance. So again, it's not a one size fits all. It's just this bill just removes that hurdle that currently exists, that statutory hurdle. It would just allow the utility to propose a program to support limited income customers. We think that this is good policy. It's a simple bill, and so that is why we do think that this differs from the existing programs. We certainly support MEEP and we certainly support those EUSP, but we do think this gives us an opportunity to support our customers in a more meaningful way.
Okay, I'm just concerned there might be an unintended consequence here. If you're just saying that only 26% of those eligible for energy assistance are aware of it and getting it, what's to make us believe that if there was a lower rate that was available to low income customers, that they would be aware of that as well and sign up for that? And if they don't, wouldn't they just be picking up, in a sense, higher electricity costs through the socialization of what we used for the lower rate base?
So BGE has a program called We Can Help. And so and really it's not BGE, it's all of the utilities working with the Public Service Commission, working with other organizations to really get the word out to our customers that we can help, that there is assistance out there. And I think that is part of this process. It's not just providing the program, it's ensuring that we are also engaging with our customers, reaching out to them so they are aware that these programs are there to assist them. So I do think that is a part of it. Many customers are reluctant to reach out for assistance, and this would help the utility in establishing a program that we believe is going to be beneficial for the customers within our service territory, and being able to really to reach out to them, to encourage them to sign up for these programs.
Okay, thank you, Allison. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any additional questions for Ms. Black? Oh, sorry, Senator Klossmeyer, I apologize. Unmute yourself. Still didn't do it. You gotta unmute yourself. Okay, Senator Klossmeyer. Can we unmute her for herself?
There we go.
Okay, we're good.
Yep.
You got it. You got the question.
Okay, this question I guess is for Allison and Senator Augustine. Well, first of all, in working with all the different ways to get energy assistance, I've done that over the years. And many times I'll get calls in the office and they'll say, I have tried, and you have to go through social services, right, to get that. And the lines have been long and all. So so I don't know why it's only 26%. But my question is, if you say to the Public Service Commission, we want to do this, and they're aware of what this bill is, because Senator Augustine, you said that you had the letter from them. How long do you think it will take to implement another program like this?
Allison, I just want to respond to what Senator Klausmar said. You could talk about the amount of time that it might take to implement the program, but it would fall under the existing structure that the PSC utilizes to establish rates. I mean, that's a part of what this does. It enables us for that to fall into the normal process. But Senator Klausmar, you raised really what's behind this bill for me, because it is, in fact, it is when I get those calls from my constituents who have tried, who've already gone through the federal subsidy. They've already gone through the state subsidy, which also runs out. Okay. How that all works. And so now we got to go to the fuel fund. And we're trying to help these folks. And many times it does get to that point where it's just not available. Or the people say to us after they have been they've been turned off and had all these problems that they didn't know that there were these things that were available to help them. And the people who are in touch with them on every single month are the utilities. They're the ones who are in touch with them every single month. They're the ones who, that's a real support.
And because of time, Senator Augustine, you and I will talk, and don't worry about it, Allison. I think that's the best way to do it, because I just don't want to shake up everything that's been going on and just throwing that out and getting moving on. So we'll talk.
Yep.
Okay. Any additional questions for Allison? Okay, seeing none, the final witness favorable with amendment signed up is Bill Kress. Mr. Kress, I see you here. I don't know if you're gonna show us your camera face, but Bill, are you there? You're still muted, by the way. You got to unmute. Okay, there you go. Bill, you're signed up. You're signed up favorable with amendment, and you've got 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Bill Kress here today on behalf of the Retail Energy Supply Association and also on behalf of WGL Energy Services. I've had the opportunity to talk to the sponsor about the bill, and certainly have had the opportunity to talk to Mr. Washington about the bill and our concerns. We think it could be a great bill and a great program for folks that are in low income situations. The concerns we have are that the bill is rather vague. I think Senator Hershey hit on a couple of the issues. I think the first question you have to ask of the commission is, how will they recover the rates? Or how will they recover the cost? Is it going to be a non-bypassable surcharge? Will it be baked into the rates? How does that impact the other rate classes? Will all the utilities offer a program? I mean, so there are a lot of questions that need to be answered. And I think if you look at the Public Service Commission's testimony, they're saying to you, give us some more guidance. Mr. Washington has told me that they would like to do a program similar to the RAD program in DC. And we would support that. We think that's a good program. We think it's competitively neutral. But at the end of the day, the devil is in the detail. And so we think it would be prudent for the committee to lay out some additional guidelines for the commission, just to ensure that the program is offered in the right manner. You give them some guidance. We know that it works for everyone. It's equitable. And so that would be our suggestion, that you put some additional guideposts up for the commission. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, since Bill, since you signed up favorable with amendments, is there an amendment that you've outlined what you're suggesting by way of
I don't have language as of yet. I did talk to Mr. Washington yesterday, and we talked about cost recovery. So that was one issue that was addressed. But I expect to be in touch with him and to get some actual language together and speak to the sponsor about it.
Okay.
Like I said, we support the concept. We think it could be a great program. As I've told Senator Augustine, we just want to see what the rough outlines of the program would look like.
Okay, any additional questions for Mr. Kress? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 392, and we will turn back to Senator Augustine for Senate Bill 41. Senator Augustine, Senate Bill 41.
I'm sorry, I was talking on mute. I apologize. Thank you, Vice Chair Feldman, Chair Kelly. Senator Malcolm Augustine here to talk about Senate Bill 41, consultation, diagnosis, treatment of mental and emotional disorders, consent by minors. We're obviously doing a change of pace here, folks, but this legislation mirrors the legislation which passed the Senate and ran out of time in the House during the abbreviated 2020 session. I thank this committee for your support last year, and I ask for the same this year. To refresh, this piece of legislation allows a minor who is 12 years old or older who is determined by a healthcare provider to be mature and capable of giving informed consent to consultation, diagnosis, and treatment of a mental or emotional disorder. But it also says that it will not allow anyone who is under 16 to consent to the use of prescription medications, which was a protection that we thought that was important. A healthcare provider may decide to provide information. It also allows that a healthcare provider may decide to provide information to a parent, guardian, or custodian of a minor unless the healthcare provider believes that the disclosure will lead to harm to the minor or deter the minor from seeking care. Colleagues, adolescents in Maryland can speak to any adult except the ones who are trained to help them. Trained licensed professionals. That's what this is about. And this is a very large problem made more significant by COVID and its stressors and isolation, even before COVID. According to the National Conference of State Legislators, again, previously, back in October of 2018, estimated 1 in 5 children in the US has a diagnosable mental health condition. Untreated mental disorders and mental illness in children can lead to costly outcomes such as school dropouts, substance use, incarceration, and unfortunately suicide as well. Half of lifetime cases of mental illness begin by age 14. This bill attempts to alleviate a barrier to care by providing flexibility for providers to make an appropriate determination if parental consent is not in the best interest of the minor child. This is what this bill does not do. It does not preclude providers from contacting and working in cooperation with parents. It does not require providers to provide services. It does not require insurers to cover services to which parents or the primary health insured has not consented. It does not prohibit parents accessing health records. Colleagues, there is significant testimony and support in the written testimony, particularly among providers who provide services to minors, but I would like to address some of the objections of the unfavorable testimony. If you look at the statute in 20-102 of the health article, you will see current conditions where a minor has the same capacity as an adult today in statute for both medical and dental services. I would highlight in the list that this includes care for substance abuse and a range of sexual related matters. I believe that many of the unfavorable testimonies may not be aware of this, nor aware of the limits of this legislation to simply mental and emotional disorders exclusively. Another concern in testimony is uncertainty about the mature and capable characterization, including coming from some provider groups. These healthcare professionals are trained to assess the competency of patients of all ages and must depend on them to do the same in this instance. If they deem the minor is not mature and capable, then they should not proceed without seeking parental consent. That's what the legislation says. Now, there was unfavorable testimony from the Department of Nursing that provided and looked at a report, and I dug into it. I looked into the report that they cited as why they were unfavorable. The document they referenced starts with a psychiatrist who was asked to help with some children in their area, and they asked the questions about that. Now, we've already talked about and covered the fact that this legislation makes sure that no one under the age of 16 can consent to medication. So that deals with a large percentage of what psychiatrists do. This also specifically indicates in the memo that they reference that minors are often allowed to consent to treatment for such things as substance abuse, mental health care, and birth control in several states, such as Vermont and California. The right is granted to minors as young as 12. It also further goes on to say, when allowing a minor to consent to treatment, it is important to remember that although a minor may not meet the legal criteria for granting consent, a psychiatrist should still satisfy him or herself that the minor patient possesses the capacity and maturity to understand what he or she is consenting. The same applies to the letter of concern from the Board of Examiners of Psychologists. If you don't believe that they are mature and capable, then seek the consent of the parent. That's what the legislation said. Young people today face many developmental and emotional challenges, including bullying of all forms, lack of access to opportunities for advancement, to just name a few. Specifically, the social determinants of health factors, such as where you're born, work, live, and socialize, play a significant role in well-being and long-term life success. Zip code is documented as a factor in a 20-year difference in life expectancy. Mental, emotional disorders have a direct negative impact on reaching milestones and a healthy quality of life standard. Providing minor consent to make decisions about behavioral health care is a common sense solution that will promote the advancement and productivity in Maryland for Marylanders. It reduces one small barrier by removing the fear and stigma for seeking help from the vulnerable amongst us. I ask for a favorable report from the committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Augustine. We've got Senator Reedy with the leadoff question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Augustine, I know we had a discussion on the Senate floor last session, so I don't want to retread a lot of ground, although I don't remember every question that we talked about. I'm glad that they cannot prescribe medication in the bill. I understand that that's taken out. I think that was out of the bill last year.
Yep.
Let me just start with this. Just in the bill language, you have a section that says that the provider may decide to provide information to a parent or guardian unless the health provider believes the disclosure will lead to harm to the minor. Why should that may not be a shall, since we have the healthcare provider, we have the exemption that if the healthcare provider believes that it would endanger the child, they don't have to do it. Why should that may not then be a shall?
I'm
looking at page line 27 on page 2.
Yeah, and I believe that we actually discussed this last year, Senator Reedy, and I'm trying to get to where exactly you are. What I would say, Senator Reedy, is I'll be happy to answer that question for you. Right now, I just don't have it like right in front of me.
Okay, we could talk about that maybe as we move forward in the when we get to a voting session, I guess. I'm looking at some of these different letters, and I know you did a good job of trying to address some of why you think they're opposing, or I think what I keep coming back to is the people that would be most likely tasked with doing these kinds of services are the ones who are the most concerned about this bill. Whether it's the psychologists, psychiatrists, and nurses, and when I have the Board of Examiners of Psychologists is saying they don't believe that they're qualified necessarily to assess, they're concerned about assessing whether a 12-year-old is sort of competent to give to give consent. I mean, that's concerning. I'm concerned because you quoted several different places where obviously if a minor has broken their leg and they're 14, they can consent to have their broken leg reset without an adult, in an emergency situation. I'm sure there's less stark emergencies that probably are in the law as well. But even in states where you're talking about people being able to consent, I can't imagine that too many states go all the way down to 12 years old to consent for mental health services. I mean, is that, did I misunderstand, or is that the case?
Yeah, no, in fact, they do. There are many states, Senator Reed, I'll be more than happy to share the grid with you. Many states that actually do not have that limit in place, actually, where they do have an age. The other thing that I would share with you, Senator Reedy, is that that was a letter of information, and I did talk to those folks at the Board of Psychology, and they just, honestly, they wanted to make sure, and obviously it did not happen, that was made into a letter of information. When we started to talk through, and I'd be happy to have them talk to you, when we started to talk through really the intent of the legislation. They understood how the other parts of the code, they were not aware of the code that as it spoke to substance abuse. They were not aware of the code as how it spoke to sexual issues in the code. They were not aware or were not thinking about a child who maybe is LGBTQ and has some concerns and can't talk to their parents about that. Those things they had not thought about, they had not contemplated, and I did check in with them on that. So I'd be very pleased to connect you with them. The other thing that I will share with you is that those folks are saying those things, but you will hear, and that's why I asked you to look at the testimony of the therapists and the people who really do this work every day. They are supportive of this legislation. So I just ask you to take a look at that.
I will. I've been reading through the different testimony a little bit, and I'll continue to take a look. I mean, again, the issue of whether a 12-year-old can really know that they need to, that they're able to consent, though, to mental health treatment. And I mean, that's, again, I'm concerned that's a lot different than, like I said, a broken leg or some other types of medical treatment that you might allow.
I would just respond to you on that as well. That was a part of the thing for me, Senator Reedy, is that in fact it really isn't any different, and that that is a part of the problem that we have, and part of the reason why we need to have this legislation. There is a certain stigma that's associated with behavioral health concerns and mental health concerns that just shouldn't be there.
Well, I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't take it seriously or that it's not something that is also a health issue, but it is different. Analyzing the mental capacity of someone is a lot different than seeing if they need to have some sort of external problem, like they need to have a root canal or a,
Hey guys, I'm going to say what I said earlier with Senator Kramer. Like I think we're getting into sort of debate.
Okay.
Bill,
okay.
You know, like this is the merits of the bill and, you know, voting session discussion about. So, you know, I think we should just.
Last question.
Okay.
Last question, Mr. Vice Chair. Last question, because I see it in a lot of the testimony, and I was curious about this too. So the bill says that insurance companies are not going to be required to cover this if a minor. How is the minor finding these services?
So that and
how are they getting paid for it? Yeah.
They don't get paid, Senator Reedy. And that is the reality. The reality is that the provider in reality has, I don't want to necessarily use the word incentive, but listen, they're doing this in essence out of the oath of what they feel to be doing the right thing by the patient. Okay. That's why they're doing it. They're not doing it because they're getting paid. They're doing it because this person needs help. Now, the way that they can get paid is if they do determine that they do share that information. The only way they can is if they share it with the adult. And then the adult then, you know, obviously then provides and gets started on the, gets the insurance started. And so that is in fact how this works in real life.
Okay, Chair Kelly, you had a question?
Yeah, would you say that kids such as the one that made the national news this week, who was placed handcuffed by the police while in a mental health crisis, was sprayed with mace, 9 years old, do exist, and many of them have nowhere to turn.
No.
Additionally, would you say, Mr. Spahn, that sometimes there are organic reasons for mental illness. In other cases, it is a human being crying out for help because of environmental circumstances that are dehumanizing?
Yes, I would. Yes, I would, Chair Kelly. Yes, I would. And you will hear from me in subsequent on adverse childhood experiences and those impacts on these children that we have. The numbers are through the roof. I completely agree with you on that. And yes, that is the case.
Okay, any additional questions for the sponsor before we move into the witnesses? Okay, seeing none, we've got Senator Augustine has designated Linda Diaz as his lead witness, and Ms. Diaz, I do see you there, and if you unmute yourself, you have been designated 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Greetings, Madam Chair Kelly, Vice Chair Feldman, and committee members. Thank you, Senator Augustine, for having me here today. I'm very thankful for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 0041. As you have received a copy of my written testimony, I would like to share with you a little of the experience that I have been going through for the last 7.5 years as a youth advocate in the state of Maryland. As a suicide law survivor of my own 15-year-old daughter, Loren, lost February 16, 2013, I volunteer my time in schools and communities in support of youth events. I share my daughter's story as a voice for youth who cannot understand themselves or what they are going through. After I speak at events or provide, my story and sharing with the community, I received many phone calls, emails, and text messages, to include many messages through social media. Through my advocacy, I have been able to assist hundreds of families just in the state of Maryland. The youngest child was 7 years old who had absolutely no idea how to voice her opinion with regards to what she was experiencing through bullying in school. As young as 12 years old, I have children who reach out to me who set up social media accounts, who have listened to me speak in their schools, and they cannot formulate the words to be able to understand what they are going through. And by the time a child reaches out to me, they have already attempted in some which way or form to reach out to their parents or to share with their parents, what they're going through. Included in my testimony, you will have a list of risk factors. There are 3 major risk factors right now that are going on. And as you can see that everyone is saying that because of COVID, there has been an increase in suicide with regards to youth. 3 of the factors that stand out is something that is in the news every day with regards to the pandemic. That is death of lost ones, change of environment or homelessness due to the pandemic, as well as isolation, loss of friends, or being cut off from other people because of the pandemic. With this said, children normally reach out to me out of fear or shame, or after literally being told by their parents or their caretakers that they should either get over what they're going through, or they're being over dramatic, that there are kids worse off than you, you're not a baby, figure it out. And sometimes they're even told, I have my own problems. In 7.5 years, what I have learned is that parents and caregivers are not properly educated on mental health awareness. They accidentally ignore a child that is in mental health crisis. That ignorance allows a child to live in the reality of their own mind. And that is when despair starts to consume that child's mind and can lead them from substance abuse to suicide. It is 2021, and mental health crisis in children did not start because of the COVID pandemic. This has been happening for many, many years, even years before I even lost my child. Adults who go, there are millions of adults right now that I can say who are constantly living with the risk factors in life that cause them or lead them into depression. If these adults cannot deal with depression because of the risk factors in life, how are children going to break the cycle of mental health dysfunction when their state of mind is not even considered to be in harm's way? It is for these reasons that I support this bill. There are not bad parents out there. I am not saying that parents do not need to know what's going on with their children. When children cannot formulate the words to express what they need help with, and the parents cannot see the signs to see that their child is truly in crisis, that is when a child should be able to go outside of their parents to be able to see if there is something wrong with them because they're so scared in a corner by themselves. With this said, I want to say thank you again for your time and ask you to please vote in favorable report of SB 001. As a loving and dedicated suicide survivor, due to bullying, I know that my daughter would have benefited from this very much needed legislation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Diaz. Any questions for Ms. Diaz? Okay, don't see any. Thank you so much for your testimony, and we're going to go to witnesses Larry Epps. Mr. Epps?
Yes, hi. My name's Dr. Larry Epp, and I'm
And
director.
doctor, just to be clear, you've got 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes, okay. I'm director of school mental health services for Shepherd Pratt, and I'm also a board member and past president of the Licensed Clinical Professional Counselors of Maryland. I've come here today to support Senate Bill 41. I've been a children's mental health professional for 28 years, and I can tell you many examples of when children's mental health services are unjustifiably denied by parents who are not acting in their children's best interests. Mental health professionals want to engage and partner with parents to help their children, but I have seen parents who are substance abusers who have denied their children the right to have mental health services. I have seen mentally ill parents deny their children that right. And I have seen parents who are neglecting or abusing their children deny their children the right to mental health services. But the one group of children who needs this legislation more than any other are children from the LGBTQ community. Although our society is getting more tolerant of these children, we still have pockets of cruelty and intolerance of them. And allowing them to consent to their own mental health services many times offers them the support and acceptance that their own parents won't provide them. The other thing about this bill is that making 12 years old the age of minor consent is consistent with the psychological literature because self-injurious behaviors generally begin around the age of 12. What I'm trying to say is that I feel we should look at mental health services within the light of the 21st century as a human right, and we cannot deny children the right to unburden themselves and their feelings to a professional. Every child deserves the right to a life of happiness and meaning, and I truly believe that this legislation will bring us closer to that ideal. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, doctor. Any questions for Dr. Epp? Okay, seeing none. Next witness is Judith Chagrin. Ms. Chagrin?
Chagrin, but that was close.
No, my apologies, Chagrin.
Oh, happens all the time.
You are next and you get 2.5 minutes.
All righty. So I am Judith Chagrin. I'm here today on behalf of the Maryland chapter of the National Association of Social Workers. I'm asking your support for Senate Bill 41. As you know, the bill lowers the age of consent to 12. Social workers are the greatest providers of mental health services in our country. So we're speaking from tremendous experience, including my own 35 years serving children involved with our state's public child welfare system. On the rare occasion, a young person may feel the need to pursue intervention without, for whatever reason, their parents' knowledge and consent. I'd hope that we could agree the greater good is served by seeking treatment rather than continuing to suffer. Ironically, there's no age limit for consenting to substance use treatment nor for reproductive health. If a 12-year-old can consent to birth control pills, we also ought to allow her the chance to get mental health therapy should she feel the need. In the very exceptional situation when a teen doesn't believe they can involve their parent, I can assure you a priority of the therapist is to address what the obstacles are with the family. I would also mention, since we were talking about how old children should be to consent to various things, that in the state of Maryland, we consider a 6-year-old to have considered judgment when it comes to children in need of assistance hearings. And a child in Maryland has to consent to their own adoption starting at age 10. And so, in fact, I think it's reasonable that a 12-year-old would be able to consent to his or her own mental health treatment. And in the decades that the law has allowed 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds to consent, I'm not aware that there has ever been any serious issues or problems. So I think all Senate Bill 41 does is eliminate one more obstacle for children to receive help they may need, but aren't, for whatever reason, able to discuss it with their parents and get their consent. So I ask very strongly for your support today for Senate Bill 41, a bill that is explicitly meant to help the mental health needs of Maryland's youth. And God knows, after this pandemic, there are plenty of them.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Ms. Shagren? Okay, seeing none, the next witness, this will be the last witness on the favorable side of things, is Larry Polsky. Larry?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Larry Polsky. I'm speaking on behalf of the Maryland Association of County Health Officers in strong support of SB 41. As a full-time practicing physician for almost 20 years in Maryland before making the change to public health, I will say that SB 41 is long overdue. This bill doesn't break new ground as much as it levels the playing field. For decades, it's been legal for adolescents of any age to independently seek care for reproductive health and substance misuse. As a board-certified OBGYN, I saw hundreds of minors who were often scared to talk to their parents about sexual activity, or in some cases were victims of abuse. Having the ability to independently seek care prevents countless teen pregnancies and sexually transmitted infections every year. It also provides a safe harbor for victims of abuse. It was my experience that for young patients who were scared to tell their parents about sexual activity, once they were able to talk through things in the medical office, they realized the world wasn't going to end, and it opened communication with their mom and occasionally with their dad. In a similar fashion, at our health department, we find that young teens struggling with substance use are able to start talking through their problems with our providers, and in almost all cases, their parents or guardians can then be brought into the conversation. But without the ability for adolescents to start the conversation with the privacy they need, they would never present for any care. There are thousands of adolescents below 16 who are struggling with mental health problems. And in some cases, this ends in suicide attempts. In other cases, it interferes with their academic achievement. And too often, many young teens turn to alcohol or other drugs to deal with their depression and anxiety. The reality is that there are many adolescents who will continue to go without potentially life-saving treatment if this bill is not enacted. For those who oppose the bill on hypothetical grounds that it will leave clinicians in difficult positions or give too much autonomy to teens, I will point out that we have decades of actual experience proving that neither of these are the case. The benefits of SB 41 are clear, and it's time to pass this bill. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Dr. Polsky? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to, we've got 3 witnesses signed up unfavorable. We're going to start with Megan Montgomery. Ms. Montgomery, I'm looking for Ms. Montgomery. Okay, I see Ms. Megan Montgomery. Ms. Montgomery, you've got 2.5 minutes and you've signed up unfavorable.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Kelly, Vice Chair Feldman, and senators on the
We're having a little, Megan, we're having a little trouble. We get a little closer to the mic there. We're having a little audible issue there. Why don't you
Is it
try
better?
Yes, much better.
Okay. Very good. Sorry about that. Thank you very much, Chairwoman Kelly, Vice Chair Feldman, and the other senators on this committee. My name is Megan Montgomery. I'm not only the chair of the Love Maryland PAC, but I'm also the mother of a minority male student in a Title I school district here in the district, here in Montgomery County in the state of Maryland. And the Love Maryland PAC very much appreciates the attention of this bill. We too want to see children get the health care and mental health care that they need. But this bill is not going to be the bill that accomplishes those objectives. Last year, we worked to have the bill remove the acceptance of minors consenting to prescription drugs. And we put in the, helped to support the put in the floor of the age 12 floor for treatment. But we really still have a problem with this bill separating children from their parents. They're 12-year-olds, and I support the Maryland Board of Nursing and the Maryland Psychological Association. They're simply not adults, and they do not understand what they are consenting to. 12-year-olds can be extremely impressionable, and they can be often pressured to consent to an inappropriate diagnosis. Diagnoses are necessary for treatment and compensation. You cannot get professional mental health care covered by insurance without a diagnosis. We also have very strong feelings that this bill could end up feeding the schools to prison pipeline. Once you have a diagnosis, that diagnosis can follow a child forever. And we are seeing that there is implicit bias. We just talked about SB 5 in mental health care professionals. African American boys have a misdiagnosis rate of 3 to 4 times higher than white children, and the source is on the flyer that we submitted with our written testimony. Best outcomes are achieved when parents and children work together, and parents are allowed the opportunity to protect their children from bad therapists. We've seen Susan Polk, we've seen U.S. Olympians being harmed by professionals that were supposed to be caring for them, and therapists are no different. Yes, the majority are good, but not all of them. Some of them are out to prey on our children, and that's what parents are for. We also want to point out that there is a solution for this bill. We already have counselors in schools. They are sometimes underfunded. They are often unfilled positions. But we would love to support a bill where instead of just simply treating 12-year-olds as if they are adults, we recraft the language of this bill to acknowledge that 12-year-olds are not small.
Okay, Ms. Montgomery, if you could wrap up.
Absolutely. That what they need is potentially, unlimited access to talk therapy in a school guidance counselor's setting where there are liability limits, where there are people legally liable to care for those children. And that would solve the problem of access. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Montgomery? Okay, seeing none. The next witness signed up unfavorable is Emily Tarzell. Emily? Okay, let's just wait a second. I do not see her. Okay, going once, going twice.
No, I'm here, I'm here.
You were muted. Okay, you muted yourself. Okay, Ms. Tarzell, you are now unmuted and you've got 2.5 minutes.
How do I bring the screen up?
What screen?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, we can hear you fine. We can see you and we can hear you.
Okay, I don't know how to enlarge the screen, but.
Well, you don't have to enlarge the screen. We can see you fine, so
okay.
Just go on.
All right, well, good afternoon to the senators and the chair and the vice chair. My name's Emily Tarzell, and I am a licensed mental health therapist and mother, and I also represent American Citizens for Health Choice. I've worked with many children, adolescents, and families in schools, clinics, and private settings, and I'm here in opposition to SB 41. Parents have repeatedly defeated past legislation attempts to undermine parental rights and naively frame minors as little adults. A minor does not have the maturity to determine if a diagnosis or treatment is appropriate. And as was stated, a diagnosis is permanent in your record. A minor would not know if their medical or family history counterindicated a treatment. And if there was a post-treatment adverse event, the family would be deprived of information and seeking appropriate care, and they'd be barred from possible legal action. Now, according to a 2010 Supreme Court decision, quote, developments in psychology and basic science continue to show fundamental differences between juvenile and adult minds, end quote. And in the justice system, we correctly do not treat children and adolescents like adults. Based on well-established developmental stages, no 12-year-old has the mental and emotional maturity of an adult. According to adolescent expert and researcher, Dr. Lawrence Steinberg, whose studies on neuroplasticity showed that adolescence continues up until age 25 because an individual brain doesn't fully mature until then. So this bill would not really give minors a voice for self-protection. What was indicated earlier about the possibility of having peer groups or consultation in school settings, I think that would be a great way to go. School programs already exist where a child can privately seek counseling, and there already exist laws to protect children against abuse. As a clinician also, I have always found it in the best interest of minors to work together with the family and the caretakers, because that child is going to be living still in the family situation. And where there are problems connecting because of communication barriers, that's where counseling helps. So I implore you to veto SB 41 because there are alternatives to dealing with the issues that you've been addressing.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tarzell, for your testimony. Any questions for the witness? Okay, seeing none. The final witness on the bill signed up unfavorable is Kara Fisher. And Ms. Fisher, I do see you. And again, you've got 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Feldman, Madam Chair, and the Finance Committee members. My name is Kara Fisher. I'm a mom of 3 kids, and I live in Rockville. Thank you, Senator Augustine, for sponsoring this bill and demonstrating your concern for kids and for their mental health. I heard about this bill in a mom's group, and I was hopeful. But when I read the actual bill, it just didn't make sense to me that it would ultimately increase access. And it concerned me that it cuts the parents out. Practically speaking, I wonder how this proposed bill will work. Now, I have a son who's about to turn 12. He's naive. He just doesn't have the same capacity as an adult to navigate in the world. But this law would give him the ability to consent, but left on his own, where will he find a qualified practitioner? Who's going to take him to his appointments? Who will pay for the services? And as has been noted, does a middle schooler understand the implication of being diagnosed? So I just don't understand. Instead of doing what a 12-year-old needs, with great intention, this bill is turning a 12-year-old into an adult. So I am aware that a 12-year-old can go in and talk to a school counselor, and that has been discussed in the last few minutes. And school-based counseling is set up to meet the children where they are. So I appreciate this school-based approach and would hope that Maryland can put more resources towards that. I've seen some studies that in recent years, many of Maryland's counties are understaffed. Their counselor to student ratios are below the national average. And the national average is 470 to 1. So it seems it would be a great benefit these young children to fully fund the existing programs currently in place to access care in schools with those counselors. So in conclusion, I ask you for an unfavorable report, and I would ask the committee to consider ways to increase access that meet the children where they are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fisher. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Fisher? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 41. And now we're going to turn to Senator Washington. Welcome back, Senator Washington. We have the final 2 bills for today are both from Senator Washington. And we are going to start with Senate Bill 31. Senator Washington, the floor is yours, and you've got whatever time you need.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, committee. I appreciate this opportunity to present and ask for your favorable report of energy suppliers supply offers bill. This is an opportunity to introduce fiscally responsible legislation that will positively and directly help low-income families. and better spend ratepayers' taxpayer funds. You heard this bill last year, and we passed it out of committee. But first, I want to review with you 2 amendments that just came in, that I'm offering, that just came in noon today. So I apologize that was not able to provide it for your review earlier. These were drafted after discussions with the Office of People's Counsel as well as the Public Service Commission. The proposed amendments will first change the date by which the commission shall establish regulations and an administrative process to run this program to January 1st, 2023. And that would allow for more time for regulations to be developed, considered, and adopted by the PSC. Second, therefore, it changes the effective date of the bill to July 2023. It also adds to clarify that in section B on page 2, that there is not an outright prohibition on retail suppliers making offers to customers receiving energy assistance. The fiscal note sort of implies that. So we wanted to make it really clear that suppliers may make offers to customers receiving energy assistance, provided that the offer under A and it meets the requirements under B. So it meets the OPC requirements. And our amendments are clarifying that any offer approved by the commission has rates that are lower than the utility supply price for the entire term of the offer, for the entire term, not just the introductory term. There are often low rates that are marketed, as I've told you last year, and that you've learned over the years, and that they become very high, and they become these variable rates, which is the source of why we're passing this bill. The amendment clarifies that this is not acceptable for customers on energy assistance. And again, this is under the OPC has recommended this. It also clarifies that early termination fees for customers receiving energy assistance are prohibited. The amendment in section D clarifies that the supplier and utility shall cooperate and assist with providing data to the PSC for reporting requirements, and allows for optional self-reporting when an energy assistance customer files a complaint instead of a required reporting. And finally, we simply strike section E on page 3. We will not require the PSC to conduct test case analysis verifying supplier rates. And according to their testimony on the Senate cross-file, and again, we listen, we want to make a good bill that works for everybody. They already plan to review approved offers to determine if they remain at or below the new SOS rate. Last year, again, I came before you, it was voted out of the committee. Unfortunately, it was signed to Economic Matters on March 13th, and we all know what happened. So SB 31 would maximize the efficiency of limited state energy budget. It offers an option that allows deregulated suppliers to continue to sell to households on energy assistance, but it makes sure that these suppliers have to charge the same rates or lower rates if they choose as the regulated utility for customers on OHEP. In other words, SB 31 would guarantee that low-income families get state utility bill energy assistance money that they choose to enroll with a third-party supplier, and they would receive guaranteed electrical, natural, and gas supply rates. It would fix 3 problems: wasted ratepayer and taxpayer dollars, diluting of the energy assistance benefit programs, and that PSC does not regulate pricing, and only MDGA can. So you know some of the basic facts, they are provided for you. I want to point out some specific items in the documents that I uploaded with my testimony that were not there last year. There was a door-to-door data and sales activity in the PSC report that's there. So number 4 in your packet of documents shows that. This report was prepared at the request of the Budget and Tax and Appropriations Committee, and it was released in December 2020. On page 13 in that report, you will find a summary of third-party suppliers' door-to-door activities. On page 15 and 16, there are maps and tables showing door-to-door sales activities by third-party suppliers by zip code. In my district alone, during the pandemic, There were 18 to 20 different suppliers continuing to sell door to door. It's impossible to look at this data and not see that they are specifically targeting low-income zip codes in the city. And when you look at the state, you see that as well. So now I also ask you to take a look at the AARP booklet and see what they have to say. There we can, on pages 10 and 11, you'll find a chart showing data for 39 suppliers, including the average amount families paid in utility costs over the SOS rates. And just to point out a couple of things in that chart, number 12, it sells heavily in low income areas. The families are paying an extra $686. In Maryland, they are paying an extra $455. And so again, with how families are already struggling, we really want to make sure that they are not being preyed upon. So the bottom line is deregulated third-party energy supplier prices aren't working for our lowest income people. So I ask for your favorable report on SB 31. I'd like to introduce my panel. My main panelist is Deborah Brown from the Fuel Fund of Maryland, Tammy Bresnaha from the AARP, and Laura Peltier from the Energy Supplier. And again, I ask for your favorable report and appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you, Senator Washington. Before we go to Senator Washington's panel, any questions for the sponsor? Okay, seeing none, we are going to go to your panel. Debbie Brown, who is the lead supporter witness, and she will get 5 minutes. Ms. Brown.
Good afternoon. Volume
There you
good?
are. I found you. We're good. Ms. Brown, again, you've got 5 minutes. You've been designated by Senator Washington to be the lead advocate witness.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Washington. Thank you, Chairman Kelly and members of the Finance Committee. As noted, my name is Debbie Brown, and I am honored to be the director at the Fuel Fund of Maryland, now more than ever, especially as we get ready to celebrate our 40th anniversary in the community. I'm here today testifying in support of Senate Bill 31 to establish an administrative process to approve supply offers for electricity or gas for households in the state of Maryland that receive energy assistance from the Office of Home Energy Programs, also known for many of us as OHEP. Since 1981, the Fuel Fund has been a lifeline for our vulnerable neighbors struggling with a home utility hardship during a financial crisis. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, the mission of the Fuel Fund has never been greater, and we have never been busier. The consequences of an unpaid utility bill can be disastrous. Evictions can occur, displacing parents and children. Lack of power means children are unable to learn remotely. Health at any age may decline further in an unpowered home where refrigerated medications cannot be stored safely or special medical equipment requires electricity to function. The mission of the Fuel Fund remains steadfast to help the most vulnerable households in Central Maryland pay off their BGE bills so they can avoid termination. As a result of COVID-19, more than 150,000 households will be navigating energy assistance for the first time. Every household that comes to the Fuel Fund has already received the allocated state energy assistance grant, yet that household still has a balance to return their balance to zero. Our goal always remains to give everyone a clear start, a clean slate. More than 80% of Fuel Fund clients claw and scratch to pay their balance to avoid a utility termination, and it doesn't matter the time of year. An average Fuel Fund household has a utility arrearage right now of over $1,100 and are living paycheck to paycheck. Again, as a result of COVID-19, many of the households that we are now helping at the Fuel Fund, the individuals leading that household have not worked since March of 2020, or if they are working, they do have a minimum wage paying job. Unfortunately, these households will continue to struggle today, tomorrow, and beyond because their BGE bill is unaffordable. They will never be able to break out of this cycle or this financial crisis. Therefore, they are perfect prey for third-party suppliers for a quick fix to their financial utility struggles. In a few moments, you will hear from Laurel Peltier. The BGE data she reports was collected at GetCo Cares. It's a Baltimore City nonprofit and a support agency who assists the Fuel Fund with providing energy assistance to the most vulnerable city households. Third-party Fuel Fund energy supplier stats are very sobering. About half of our clients are on third-party supply. As a matter of fact, during this study, 110 family bills were collected, and those households spent an average of $625 more than if they would have stayed with BG&E. The critical grants that we at the Fuel Fund give are best used when helping to pay down the lowest utility bill possible. Inflated utility bills diminish our impact and financial support to the community. The Fuel Fund of Maryland wants to be a partner in this solution to protect low-income households on deregulated energy who receive energy assistance. The Fuel Fund feels Senate Bill 31 is a fiscally responsible solution that supports retail choice and protects not only energy assistance funds, but the most vulnerable as well. On behalf of the Fuel Fund, I respectfully urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 31, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brown. Any questions for Debbie Brown? Okay, seeing none. Next witness is Tammy Bresnahan from AARP. Tammy, you've got 2.5 minutes.
Yes, and I'm quick about it too, so that's
Okay.
why I'm second.
Right.
Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, Vice Chair Feldman, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. It's great to see you all, even if it's virtual. It's a little sobering, but a little warmer. Anyway, we are very much in support of Senate Bill 31, and we are very pleased that Senator Washington brought this bill before you again. And we are also ecstatic that she was able to work out these amendments at the 11th hour with the Public Service Commission and the Office of the People's Counsel. This makes my 11th year at AARP, believe it or not, and 26 years before that at DHR. So I know a little bit about people who are from limited means. In 1999, I was sitting in finance when deregulation was decided. The idea was that deregulated energy market would provide consumers with choices, spark competition, and save everyone money. And that's just not happening. And we really think that this product should be reined in and that we should protect the most vulnerable. An average person in the city living on Social Security makes about $1,100 a month. And that's not a whole lot of money when you have to buy groceries and your medicine. I also want to thank Laurel Peltier and our volunteers who work at GetCo Cares. They spend hours during the pandemic helping people figure out those bills, figure out who's charging what, when, and how. And sometimes they're paying more than half of what they would pay if they were just with Baltimore Gas and Electric. So for these reasons, we really want you to take a look at this industry. We want you to take a look at this bill, and we want you to vote favorable for Senate Bill 31. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Bresnahan? Okay, seeing none. Next witness is Laurel Peltier. Is that the pronunciation? Okay.
Yes, you nailed it.
Got that right. Okay, Ms. Peltier, you have got 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Vice Chair, Madam Chair, and members of the Finance Committee. You've seen me for a few years. I co-authored the 2000 ABLE report, which laid out significant challenges for low-income families on deregulated supply. Since 2014, Maryland families have paid an extra $750 million to choose deregulated electricity and gas. I thank the committee for favorably voting on the same bill last year, which the Senate passed 32-9. Yet the guaranteed savings plan hit ECM just as the session closed down, which is unfortunate because during the pandemic, deregulated energy price gouging continued. SB 31 focuses on energy assistance families, and that's only 7% of retail customers. because as that new PSC map revealed that Senator Washington spoke about, which I did upload as well, energy supplier door-to-door sales folks hyper-focus on low-income zip codes. And door-to-door is primarily where most suppliers get new enrollments. From October 2019 to October 2020, 18 Baltimore zip codes had at least 18 to 20 different suppliers selling door-to-door. I volunteer 4 hours a week at CARES. I sit and work with folks on energy assistance and suppliers. I have been doing this for a long time. I've seen probably 1,000 people. But we've analyzed 110 OHEP bills. This is the exact population. They're on energy assistance. They're on a third-party supplier. 110 bills. $650 was the average amount each family overpaid to a deregulated supplier. Electricity rates were 64% higher. Gas rates were 88% higher because suppliers sell low and then they bill high, even during this pandemic. Though we still don't report the wasted OHEP funds, just a back of the envelope is around $15 million. That's money that's going to a supplier and it's not paying down family utility bills. If you're curious as to what your constituents pay, I urge you to go on to energysupplierhelpdesk.org. I am happy to share any data file, everything with any party, and I really appreciate your time and being thoughtful and positively voting on SB 31. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Peltier? Okay, seeing none, we're going to now go to our two unfavorable witnesses. We're going to start with Katie Nash. Signed up unfavorable. Katie, you've got 2.5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Feldman, Chair Kelly, members of the
Oh, I'm
Senate
sorry, I
Finance Committee.
apologize. I skipped over Cindy Carter. My apologies. We had one additional witness on the favorable list, and I apologize. Let's go back to Cindy, to Ms. Carter. Cindy, you have 2.5 minutes, and then we'll go back to Katie Nash.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Mr. Vice Chair. I'm Cindy Carter, Executive Director of Cancer Support Foundation, and I'm here very definitely in support of Senate Bill 31. This bill is a common sense and compassionate approach for those that are low income and using energy assistance to have the most effective use of the grants they are given. Every year, the federal and state funds go to those who qualify for energy assistance through the OHEP program to help people keep their power on. Let me give you an example, because a lot of people have covered the data behind this. This is an everyday example. 2 clients, same exact usage. One client's electric bill is $600. They go to OHEP, they get a $1,000 grant. It pays their $600 and it gives them $400 to get them through the rest of the season. That's how the energy assistance program is the most effectively used. Second client, same exact usage, but they have signed up with a third party that in this case is higher than the standard rate. So same usage, but their bill is $1,000. So they go to energy assistance and they get a $1,000 grant. Now their bill is paid for, but that does not leave any extra money for the season going forth. That is not a real fiscally, in my opinion, responsible way to make use of the state and federal funding. As a nonprofit, what happens to a lot of those clients is they end up calling nonprofits to try to get the rest of the bill paid for. This is not a sustainable system to help nonprofits that do so much to support so many that are in these programs in need. Cancer Support Foundation supports Senate Bill 31, and we're asking for a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Carter? Okay, seeing none. Now, Katie Nash, we are back to you for an unfavorable testimony, which will be limited to 2.5 minutes or less.
Yes, sir. Okay, so testifying today for Vistra, and we are in opposition for Senate Bill 31. Vistra is an integrated energy company serving 5 million customers in the United States. We're one of the largest competitive residential electricity providers in the country. Vistra offers over 40 renewable energy plans across its portfolio, And we recently announced that our Moss Landing, California energy storage facility is now in operation. It's the world's largest battery storage system. We submitted written testimony, just want to highlight a couple of points. First, let me just say I have the utmost respect for the senator and the work that she does, as well as the advocates, and we will take a look at those amendments. This is an instance where we just have a difference in opinion on how to achieve greater consumer protections, but ultimately we do agree that there is room to improve. Vistra is a recent entrant into the Maryland market, and I think this highlights the success of Maryland in this space. It's our belief that Vistra can be one of the leaders in advocating for enforcement of consumer protections, removing bad actors, and working to improve the customer experience. And that's why I'm here today, because the bill is different from its introduction from last year in that it tasked the Public Service Commission with new requirements. We have concerns that suppliers will not participate in the program given the challenges suppliers may have with program implementation. And that's some of the same reasons we opposed the similar legislation last year. The committee is also aware and has heard of the existing consumer protections and the work that you, members of the Senate Finance Committee, have done in this policy area. We applaud your efforts, and we also applaud the ongoing work of the Public Service Commission, as they have made substantial investments in establishing a consumer affairs division, creating a new website, among other steps. The Public Service Commission is taking consumer protection extremely seriously. I included in my notes today regarding a supplier case that's going on right now against Sunsea Energy. And it's our contention that we would like to see this work continue and that the resources of the PSC remain dedicated to these enforcement actions. I believe we can improve our consumer protection measures and we can improve the customer experience. Think about it, customers want more choices, not less, and that's where Maryland's energy future is. And we just think that all customers should be able to participate. Respectfully, Senate Bill 31 is not the correct path to achieve these goals, and it diverts resources from the Public Service Commission's existing enforcement work. Thank you for your time, and respectfully, we ask for an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 31.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Nash? Okay, seeing none. Our final witness on this bill is Bill Kress. Bill, you're the final witness. Clean up. You've got 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Bill Kress here on behalf of the Retail Energy Supply Association and also here on behalf of WGL Energy Services. We are signed up in opposition, but I want to inform the committee that we had a long discussion with the House sponsor this morning, and we offered up some amendments, which I think will address the issue and do it in a much more concise way without it being implemented in 2023. You could do it in October. But before I do that, I would be remiss if I didn't give you some numbers with respect to the marketplace. 420,000 Marylanders are shopping with alternative suppliers. Last year, we had 36 complaints. 15 of those complaints were found in favor of the ratepayers. 10 of those complaints were found in favor of the suppliers. And I appreciate the testimony of the proponents, and I understand that there are issues. And we certainly don't think that Marylanders should be paying higher rates than they should, especially if they're receiving assistance. But the fact of the matter is, this committee has done really good work. We've developed a website. It's very robust. You can search for suppliers and for products. There are dozens of products out there right now that are 12 months in term, that are lower than SOS. So we really don't see the need for this program or this bill as it's laid out, which is actually kind of convoluted. It sets up a process where the Public Service Commission has to look at our rates. They have to approve them. There's a filing system. There's a test case. There's all these sorts of bells and whistles. And the issue is, when we're trying to address this problem, really is, who has the data? OHIP doesn't have the data. The suppliers don't have the data. And if you look at the Public Service Commission's testimony, they don't have the data. And so it's a struggle to get it together and figure out how to serve these folks and ensure that they're getting energy prices that are the lowest they can possibly obtain. So with respect to the amendments that we offered and talked to the House sponsor with, and we'd like to talk to the Senate sponsor about it as well, we suggest that you would take the bill, amend it out to prohibit any termination fees from suppliers. That would immediately allow anyone on third-party supply to go to an SOS or to get on the website and find a product that's lower than SOS. As I said, there are many of them out there now. But the second part of the bill and the amendments, which I think really goes to the core problem of this issue, is that we would do education. We've got to do a better job at educating consumers, because the more sophisticated consumers can get on the website, can shop, can figure out. When you go on the website and search, you see your price to compare at the very top, and then you see the offers. It's super easy to figure out whether or not you're getting a good deal. And then this is a one-page contract summary, and I've talked about this 1,000 times with this committee. Every time we enter into a contract, the consumer gets a one-page contract summary that lays it all out. So it's simple to figure out whether or not you're getting what you need. It's also very simple to figure out whether or not it's better than SOS. You know, we have many customers who shop for renewable products. There's time of use products being sold. There's all sorts of different products that are out there. The problem is some of the consumers don't have the education and understanding on how to shop and compare. So I would suggest to the committee that you bring the parties together, the Public Service Commission, OHEP, the suppliers, the good sponsor of this bill, and let's figure out a way to address the issue without it being very complicated. I think we had the beginnings of a bill that could do it with some amendments.
Time has expired.
And I'd invite the committee to look at that and work with us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kress. Any questions for Mr. Kress? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 31, which brings us to the 10th and final bill for today is Senate Bill 52. And we're back to Senator Mary Washington for Senate Bill 52. And
thank you all very much. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. It's my honor to present to you today the Maryland Commission on Health Equity Act, also known as the Shirley Nathan Pulliam Health Equity Act of 2021. The former senator was my birthday twin, but also I have admired the work and her relentlessness when it came to making sure that this committee and that this body never forgets the importance of racial health disparities. And so SB 52 is being introduced to address racial injustice and health disparities, many of which have been worsened as a result of the COVID-19 crisis. Maryland, much like the rest of this country, has long failed to address racism and its many detrimental effects. Racism is the root cause of persistent discrimination in many areas, but not limited to housing, education, employment, criminal justice, family stability. More than 100 studies have been linked to explain the ways in which racism is linked to worse health outcomes. Black, Hispanic, Native Americans have significantly greater risk and many more severe conditions, including heart disease, strokes, cancer, infant mortality, maternal mortality. The Public Health Association, the National Associations of County and City and Health Officials, and the American Academy of Pediatrics all declare that racism is a public health crisis. Public policy and our policy must acknowledge racism as a public health issue. SB 52 creates a state designated data exchange within the Healthcare Commission, the Maryland Healthcare Commission, to begin tackling these issues. The commission's members will include multiple officials from Maryland state government, including at least one senator and one House member. The commission will meet no less than 4 times per year. The commission members are listed in the bill, but you should please also notice that we have 2 amendments that add 2 more members to the commission. One would be a representative of a local health department. We really, in light of the COVID vaccine distribution and a number of issues, we realize the importance of ensuring that local health departments are a part of any state policy-making bodies. This member was added again at the request of the Maryland Association of County Health Officers, and then also the Maryland Insurance Commissioner or a representative of the Maryland Insurance Commission. Again, it's very important that this entity be a part of the discussion. During each meeting, the commission members will utilize a public health equity framework. This framework, developed by the commission, will be a foundation for stronger and more specific policies dedicated to reducing racial inequities. COVID-19 has really laid bare enormous racial inequities and their impact on health of minorities, not just in Maryland, but throughout our country. The state of Maryland must initiate a public health equity framework to evaluate future policies and start closing that gap in healthcare. So for these reasons, I ask for your favorable report on the Shirley Nathan Pulliam Healthcare Equity Act of 2021.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Any questions for the sponsor? Okay, seeing none. Senator Washington has designated Dr. Polsky as her lead witness. Dr. Polsky, you've got 5 minutes.
Mr. Vice Chair, thank you very much. Members of the committee, my name is Larry Polsky. On behalf of the Maryland Association of County Health Officers, we are happy to support HB 78 with one amendment that would add local health department representation to the commission. Just want to briefly mention, because there's always questions for new commissions, do they serve a practical purpose? And in Calvert County, we have a mini version of what this bill will propose statewide. So one example of how commissions like this can be extremely important is that as COVID vaccines began to roll out, we recognized two things in our county. One, that the rate of the rate of serious illness and deaths as a result of COVID in the African-American population in Maryland was significantly higher than the general population. And we know that historically, members of the African-American community have been hesitant to receive vaccines in proportion to the general population. As an example, for influenza vaccination, African-Americans are approximately 25% less likely to be vaccinated than the population as a whole. So as the vaccines began to roll out, immediately we put our commission members together. We began to have some dialogue with members of our local African-American leadership. And what we decided to do was invite leaders of both civic organizations and religious congregations that are predominantly African-American to prioritize them for COVID vaccines. The goal with this was then that those leaders could speak personally, not just saying to other people, you should do this, but to speak that I have done this. It's a much more powerful, and this was important to me, this was important for my family, and it's important for our community. We did still photos as people were vaccinated. We did 30-second video clips with African-American leaders in their own words, speaking as to why vaccination was important for them. And then around the Martin Luther King holiday, we released both printed material and the videos out via social media and the websites of various predominantly African-American organizations within our county. And then we followed that up with larger clinics that were not solely for African-Americans, but people were invited in who were members of the organizations. And as a result of our efforts, and I guess I'll show for a second that across Maryland, you may be aware that COVID vaccination rates for African-Americans are 50% lower than for the general population. But as a result of our efforts locally, there's absolutely zero disparity in vaccination rates in Calvert County at this point. So I would leave the members of the Finance Committee to say that with proper leadership and vision, a commission such as the one proposed by Senate Bill 52 can substantially reduce health inequities that we continue to struggle with across Maryland. So I thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Any questions for Dr. Polsky? Okay, seeing none. The next witness, Casemeyer. Pam, you've got 2.5 minutes. Unmute yourself.
Sorry, did you say me?
Yes, you're next.
Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't hear.
Minutes.
I wasn't sure and didn't want to interrupt someone else. So Pam Casemeyer here on behalf of a broad range of interests. We submitted written testimony, so I won't take my 2 minutes just listing all the organizations that are supportive of this initiative. But I think as you've heard from Senator Washington and from Dr. Polsky, that clearly health disparities, health inequity, all of these issues have multiple, they cross multiple phases of life, not just the healthcare sector. So that in creating a commission that is charged with creating a quote health equity lens to evaluate state policies can help the state better anticipate how to craft programs and policies and directives that address potential health implications or address disparities across multiple parts of the economy. So whether it's access to transportation or affordable housing or a wide range of issues that don't fall directly in the health space, but have health disparity, health equity implications. And we think that this commission will create a more uniform and thoughtful framework for evaluating how various policies have intentional and unintentional impacts when they're being considered. And so for those reasons, we support its creation. We also wanted to note that while the membership of the commission is largely state agencies, the legislation does create the authorization to create advisory committees. So in any one given area, the commission will be able to pull in all the necessary experts and stakeholders to work through policy evaluations as it fits in any particular bucket. And so with those comments, we urge a favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Casemeyer? Okay, seeing none. Next witness is Erin Dorian. Where is Erin Dorian?
I'm right here.
There you are. Okay, Ms. Dorian, you're up and you've got 2.5 minutes.
Great, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Erin Dorian. I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Policy for the Maryland Hospital Association. I'd like to thank Senator Washington for introducing SB 52. To fully address the systemic issues facing many of Maryland's communities and meaningfully improve the health of all Marylanders, we need to recognize that issues beyond direct medical care can contribute greatly to an individual's health outcomes. You may not remember, but as you heard earlier this afternoon, my colleagues say when testifying on the implicit bias legislation, over the summer, the MHA Executive Committee adapted MHA's commitment to racial equity. While much of this work is internal to the hospital field, we understand that there's a need to adopt public policy to promote racial equity in the healthcare sector and beyond. The creation of the Maryland Commission on Health Equity would ensure that every government agency is engaged in reducing the existing health disparities in the state. We also support the legislation's goal to leverage available data through CRISP and to empower the commission with the data they need to make informed recommendations. By engaging CRISP early, the commission's advisory committees can shape the health equity data set using the diverse public and private data available. Lastly, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge Senator Nathan Pulliam and her long career working tirelessly to improve health equity in Maryland during her time in both the House of Delegates and the Senate. This commission is an important step to fully realizing the health and all policy framework that Senator Nathan Pulliam brought to the state and championed for years. We urge a favorable report on SB 52. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Dorian? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to the next witness, Karen Kayla. Ms. Kayla, you've got, again, unmute yourself and yep, still got to do it. There you go. And you got 2.5 minutes. Oh, we're somehow not hearing you. And you're not muted. Okay, try again. Yeah, I don't know. There's something, looks like there might be a problem with your something. Okay, well, did you submit written testimony? Okay, well, why don't you unmute yourself and we'll come back to you maybe here at the end and hopefully I don't know, maybe loop back in or something like that. I'm not quite sure what the problem is. Okay, why don't we'll go to the next witness and then we'll come back to you, Ms. Kayla, in a little bit, okay? Okay, so the next witness is Sherry Dye.
Hello.
Okay, we can hear you. You've got 2.5 minutes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Hello, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an opportunity to express CareFirst support for Senate Bill 52 today. My name is Sherry Dye, and I'm a Senior Policy and Regulatory Analyst with CareFirst Blue Cross Blue Shield. I am testifying today in support of this bill at the request of my associate and CareFirst lobbyist, Deb Rifkin. CareFirst is a not-for-profit health insurer in Maryland, DC, and Northern Virginia. We're focused on driving the transformation of healthcare experience for the better, and we're also committed to advancing health equity for our members and communities so that everyone has a just and fair chance to be as healthy as possible. We recognize that structural racism is undeniably a long-standing public health crisis. We know it is the foundation of social determinants of health. It is also at the root of deep social, economic, and in particular, health disparities, which have become even more apparent and exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. CareFirst believes that Senate Bill 52 provides a much needed forum for policymakers and other stakeholders like CareFirst to work together to identify the root causes of these disparities and then provide informed guidance on how the state can best implement sustainable solutions. During the pandemic, CareFirst has employed multiple health equity strategies, both within and outside of our organization, to advance the health of our members. For example, we committed $10 million in regional funding to address diabetes and its upstream social determinants of health factors in 6 different targeted communities. We have also reached out and provided clinical and educational support to 180,000 at-risk members based on not just their clinical condition, but social risk factors as well. We're also working with the state of Maryland, local jurisdictions, Johns Hopkins Medicine, and University of Maryland Medical System to coordinate and mobilize regional resources. As we continue to work to improve the health outcomes of our members, we want to be involved as a partner and serve as a resource for legislators in this effort. Please reach out to Deb Rifkin, our lobbyist, if CareFirst can be of any help. We urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Dye, the witness? Okay, seeing none. So we're going to go to Jamal Lewis next, and then we'll loop back and see if Ms. Kayla's audio is working. Mr. Lewis, why don't you unmute yourself and welcome. And you've got 2.5 minutes. You signed up favorable.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Awesome. Thank you, Chair Kelly, Vice Chair Feldman, and members of the committee. I come representing the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. And on behalf of GHHI, we would like to thank Senator Washington for introducing this really important and critical piece of legislation. GHHI has advocated for the better part of 30 years for all Marylanders to have access to a safe and healthy and affordable home. And what we know about housing is that housing is a really significant determinant of health. And what we also know about housing is those who don't have access to a safe, healthy, and affordable home are often folks who live in Black and brown communities across the state. And so we think that this piece of legislation is really important, and I think that advancing racial equity at the state requires, as has been said previously, an economy-wide effort. And so we definitely support the Senate Bill 52 and want to thank Senator Washington for bringing this bill forth. Before I yield, I want to make sure that I just touch on a few specific points. Unhealthy housing can lead to a number of different poor health outcomes. 1, lead poisoning. 2, asthma exacerbations. 3, an increased risk of trip and falls, particularly among older adults. And 4, the lack of access to sustainable energy. And though all 4 of those housing conditions can lead to disproportionate impacts on health. And we are excited that housing quality was included as a focus area of the commission. And again, want to thank Senator Washington for bringing forth this bill. We urge a favorable report from the committee.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lewis. Any questions for Mr. Lewis? Okay, Senator Augustine.
It's for the sponsor.
Yes.
Yeah. First of all, I mean, obviously this is an extremely important topic for us, and thank you for bringing it forward. Can you just tell me how this commission is going to interact with the mission of the Maryland Office of Minority Health and Health Disparities?
I think one of the goals of the commission, again, was that there are a lot, precisely, they should interact. And so we can certainly talk about how, but there are a lot of different silos. And so the goal of this would be to bring all those silos together, and building off of the work, as it's mentioned in the fiscal note about the work group on health in 2017, and then various reports that have been presented to the legislature since 2019 and then in 2020. And so again, the goal is to bring all of this together. Open to specific ideas if you think there should be some specific articulation in the legislation about the role of that entity. I'm open to that, and I'm sure the House sponsor would be as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any questions for either Mr. Lewis or Senator Washington before we move to the next witness? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go back to you, Ms. Kayla. If you could unmute yourself and let's see if that got resolved, and say a few words. No, we're not hearing you. I don't know what the problem is. Fortunately, we do have your written testimony, and but we appreciate your willingness to come in today. We do have one witness signed up unfavorable. We've got Vince McAvoy. Mr. McAvoy, are you here? Mr. McAvoy?
I think he signed up on something else and wasn't here.
Well, he did, but he was on here in the last couple of minutes back on this bill hearing, and he was signed up earlier in the earlier one, and then he skipped before when I called him. So, Mr. McAvoy, going once, going twice.
Mr. Chair, may I just jump real fast
Sure.
and share with you that Mr. McAvoy has signed up and has been doing so for days on end now, and pretty much every committee testifying on every kind of bill, on every subject. It doesn't matter what the bill is. He sits there off screen so that nobody can see him. But I would not be waiting around for Mr. McAvoy.
Okay, well, I was only giving him 3 ticks, and we were on 2 before you interrupted. We would have been to
okay.
5.
Good enough. I thought you might like to know the history behind Mr. McAvoy there. But
okay, well, I was on 2. Let me finish to the 3.
My apologies if that was too much information.
Okay, and now I'm going to continue. Going 3 times. Okay, done. Okay, we did call Mr. McAvoy. He did not appear. Madam Chair, that concludes our 10 bill hearings for the day, 4.5 hours of testimony. So the people of Maryland got their money's worth out of the Senate Finance Committee today. I will turn it back to you for any closing comments.
And you did a wonderful job, Mr. Vice Chair. And I just would remind members that when we approach the Capitol tomorrow, remember, we've got to all get tested before we can go to the floor. And there will be a major floor session tomorrow. We switched some things around because of the impact of weather. I want to thank everybody who offered legislation today that we have considered. I want to thank all members who have been faithful in listening and offering good questions and helping us to ferret out aspects of bills that we might not have totally understood. And we thank everybody who is listening, and we certainly thank you, Mr. Chair, for doing a great job and being fair to everybody. Okay, have a good evening.
Okay, see